I'll let you know. Can I just message you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is everybody ready? Yeah. Good morning. Sorry, we're a minute or two late. If you would stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Lisa, would you like to lead it for us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And good morning, Commissioner Stewart spent last night in the Denver airport trying to get here, but they didn't make the planes in time, so he'll be in sometime this afternoon. With that, the first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, consisting of the minutes of April 15th, payroll, vouchers, presentation of tentative budget by the clerk, approve and sign 3 catering permits for the Elkhorn Bar and Grill, approve and sign 2 catering permits for the K Saloon, approve and sign malt beverage permit for Ralston Mule Days, review and approve ad for the library and museum board openings, and approve and allow chair to sign petitions for inclusion NWRWD.
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as stated. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. DSR update. It's developing rules and regulations, the first set, DSR 1. We're finalizing the work by the Planning and Zoning Commission and the County Commissioners on public comments and processes. It'll be out soon. We have one area that they're finishing up some wording with the attorneys on the Administrative Process Act. As soon as that's done, it will be put out for review for a 45-day period, followed by a public hearing with the County Commissioners. So keep an eye out for that one. DSR 2. The mapping and use worksheets for public input are still open on planparkcounty.com until May 31st. It'll take approximately a month of June to compile that public information. One clarification that we'd like to make, the maps that people are seeing online, as you go online and look at those, are not what the county is proposing. Those maps online reflect the public input to date. The commissioners nor P&Z have reviewed these maps for that information at this time. That will be done when we receive all the information back from the consultants. So if you have any questions, please contact us or the Park County Planning and Zoning Office. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, kind of back on schedule. Go ahead and come on up, Lisa. We'll run a little bit early because inevitably that won't hold all day. So
I'm bringing Elaine over to me.
okay.
Thank you, Chairman Overfield. I'm happy to be here again this year, but I wanted to let everybody know that May 30th, I am retiring from crisis intervention. I started work there November 15th, 1999. So we're going on 26 years. And Elena Doley is my assistant director, and my board of directors have recently promoted her to be the executive director. So she will be the executive director starting June 1st.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate all of the support from all of the county commissioners over the last 25 and a half years, and everything that you have done for crisis intervention. I'm pleased to tell you that we finally started construction on our facility on 13th Street, the Wyoming Community Development Authority. We finally have all of the pieces of the puzzle in place, and Jess Carey of Jim's Building Services in Powell has started. And we had you probably saw it in the newspaper, we had our groundbreaking ceremony just a week ago. And so we're moving forward, and construction is supposed to be complete within 180 days. That's what Mr. Carey has told us. So that's what we're planning. And I appreciate all of the time that you've let us stay at in the Park County complex. We weren't expecting to stay quite so long. We became the guests that never left. But I appreciate you doing that for us. And we are again requesting $11,000. I didn't increase the request because I know with the property tax situation on the ballot this year, didn't know which way it was going to go. And I just, it ended up still affecting county funding. So I kept our request at the same amount because of that. But we are at risk of losing some federal funding as different things takes place in Washington, D.C. with the Department of Justice and the Office on Victims of Crime. Some of our federal funding will be affected, but we are Victims of Crime Act grant, the VOCA money. And that, that has gone down over the years as well. So, but they are reinstituting because COVID's over officially, apparently. And they are now reinstating the cash match for that. So right now our cash match is at $13,000. I used to get over 200,000 in VOCA funds, and now we're getting 52,000.
Mm.
So it's been over the years, it's really been taking a hit. And that's because when you don't fine and fee criminals, you don't because that funding is not taxpayer dollars. VOCA money is Victims of Crime Act. It's anytime a judge fines or fees a criminal, assesses fees, that money goes into a big pot in Washington, D.C. We have a fund here in Wyoming. And if judges aren't doing those types of things because of all the political reasons that are out there these days, then we're just not seeing that funding. It is decreased dramatically, as you know, probably with the county attorney's office and their victim witness program.
Mhm.
So that's affected everybody. So anyways, do you have any questions for me on my application or?
Really on the application, if you can just update us about your last year or two, as far as, I know you're always busy, which is a sad thing.
Yeah.
But, is
Yes,
it
we
been about the
see
same or?
average about 400 clients a year.
Okay.
That includes all of the adults and children. That's all of the adults that come through our offices for crisis intervention services, crisis line, the victims in our shelter, as well as the adults that we supervise with the supervised visitation and custody exchange, and then all of the affected children as a result of all of those crimes, domestic violence, sexual assault.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I'd actually updated our stats yesterday. And so far, so that is July 2024 through April of 2025. So we still have 2 months left in the fiscal year, and we are already over the amount of clients that we've had in the past 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, so we stay busy. PAL shelter is always busy, and we're still hopeful that we will be able to get grant funding to build the 2 shelter apartments here in Cody. But that is also something that is being looked at in Washington on whether or not that home American Rescue Plan funding will be taken away from the Wyoming Community Development Authority for the building of non-congregate shelters. There's $7 million that's been earmarked by the Wyoming Community Development Authority to build non-congregate shelters in Wyoming, but it's being looked at right now and it might go away.
Okay.
And if it does go away, then at some point we can maybe apply for a regular community development block grant. But then the Crisis Intervention Services Board of Directors will be looking to either the city or county to sponsor that application, because that would require the fiscal agent of the county or the city for the money to go through.
That's right.
But the home ARP grant was one that we could have managed ourselves, like we are with this current grant that we have. That was a COVID grant. But this home ARP grant, would work the same way. But if that is taken away by the feds, then we will have to try to get a regular community development block grant.
Okay.
So that makes
Okay.
sense.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Just, you depend a lot on the federal grants. Statewide, is there any programs or anything that you might be able to tap into that just comes out of Wyoming?
You know, there's not really. I mean, we get all of our funding, most of our funding through the Wyoming Division of Victim Services. And our state general fund money is designated to us by the Wyoming legislature. So far, they haven't reduced that, which is good. But they're not increasing it either. And then all the rest of our grants are federal. There's the Violence Against Women Act, the Federal Family Violence Prevention and Services Act grant. That grant may disappear, and that's $39,000 if they decide to take that grant money away. And then our VOCA grant, the Victims of Crime Act grant. So, and there's, I'm sorry, oh, and Violence Against Women Act grant. Yeah, that one as well.
Lisa, do you see with grant reductions, do you see a crisis intervention across the state, some of the offices closing?
Yes, we're already, several programs have shut down and been regionalized. So Hot Springs County is now been combined with Washakie County. Lusk, Niobrara County was just recently shut down. None of the surrounding counties wanted to take them on. And then Crook County took over Weston County, and those programs no longer have their own domestic violence sexual assault program. It's one program, and the other county has become their outreach office. So victims are having to travel and not really having the kind of services that they used to have in their own counties. And a lot of the smaller programs are having a really hard time with fundraising. We're more fortunate with that here. We try, I think my staff does a fabulous job with my board and we're, as I showed you on my fundraising chart, we try to increase it every year. So we're right about $60,000 a year that we do in fundraising. And we keep trying to, increase proceeds all the time, but
What's
yeah.
what's the status of Bighorn County right now?
Bighorn County's director is being mentored by the Worland and Hot Springs County director because the both directors are Hispanic and they can the Worland director is fluent in Spanish and she can communicate with the new Bighorn County director.
So you don't see Park County absorbing Bighorn County like the other ones are?
Well, we've been asked that if Bighorn County fails, we have been asked, and that would be a board decision if we were asked to take Bighorn County. I don't know what the status really is of it. I just know that the Division of Victim Services is working very closely with a lot of the little programs that are struggling right now to see if they're going to be able to make it or not. And then asking the larger surrounding counties if they're willing, if they don't make it, if they're willing to take them on. We had just had our on-site review recently, and the division did ask us if we would be willing to take on Bighorn County if we needed to. And Elaine and I just said that, that's the board decision, but it was something that we would discuss.
That'll be Elena's problem.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
The other thing, not to give you a little more bad news, but we're not hearing good things on TANF.
Yes,
They've
I know.
backed out a little bit on giving us any updates as to where we're headed. So,
Mhm.
you know, we'll finish these quarters that we're in right now, but we have no idea what's going to happen.
Right,
So,
right. We're looking at potentially making our fourth staff position part-time next year instead of full-time. You know, there's really not many places we can cut.
Right.
You know, when you own your own buildings, you have to pay insurance and rent. And we do really good at minimizing our liability as much as possible to keep our insurance low. And our insurance provider has been fabulous for us. And we've never, anytime we've ever had any issue, they've covered, and
Okay.
it's been really a good partnership over the years with them.
Cool.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
anything else, Lisa?
Madam Chair, I just wondered, Lisa, have you heard from your federal partners, the people with VOCA, and have you heard a timeline? Do you have any idea, like, when they'll let you know if they're considering cutting some of the federal?
For the,
funding?
well, next week, Elaine and I are going to Casper for the mandatory meeting with the Division of Victim Services. And there should be making announcements about what they know or may know, or some projections on our budgets for starting July 1st. But sometimes we find out information at this meeting, and sometimes we find out in June what our budgets are going to be in July. But VOCA will only bounce back if criminals are held accountable and fined and assessed fees nationwide. And that includes California. So that millions of dollars have gone away, millions.
Okay.
In VOCA funding because of the leniency towards crime over the last 4 years.
I don't think everybody understands all the ramifications.
No, it's nice to feel sorry for people that grew up a certain way and then turned to crime, but you know, that doesn't help the victims of those crimes.
Right. True.
And I learned a long time ago that I went to a conference when I was 27. And Norm Early, he was a congressman or something, or a legislator in Colorado. And he spoke at the conference and he said, you need to all remember that it is the criminal justice system. It is not the victim justice system.
Mhm.
Criminals will get what the law allows, or, they will get their justice, and victims will get what the law allows. And so that's one of the questions as advocates we ask our clients is, when they get so frustrated with the criminal justice system, we say, well, what would justice look like to you? And, because it's different for everybody. Some people want them locked up for life. Some people just want them to get help. And, so we just kind of, all we can do really is help them work through their feelings on the criminal justice system that is not the victim justice system. So,
Okay.
because there's a constitution and everybody's innocent till proven guilty, so.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Well, as you know, our budget at this time, well, it looks really bad because we haven't
Yeah.
kind of finalized a lot of things, but we know we will be down somewhere around 2 to 2.5 million, just in the tax situation. So
Yes.
don't know where we're going to go, but we'll
Okay.
certainly work on everything and,
Yeah, we
keep your
appreciate anything you can do for us, and
Okay.
yeah, TANF is gonna hurt too.
I'm afraid
if
it's gonna. Okay,
that goes away, so.
and good luck to you.
Thank you so much. I've
Oh.
enjoyed this, and it's always been a pleasure to come before the Park County Commission. And we, last night we were before Powell City Council, and that went really well.
Good.
They'll be able to fund us. So I'm assuming we will get the same amount from the city of Cody that I put in the grant. So
Okay. All right.
hopefully that funding will all remain in place, but we'll maybe creating some more fundraisers.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I won't be, but
Yeah.
I know I was towards retirement, I was counting down by fundraiser. Now I'm counting down by days.
Days.
So, But
All right.
yeah, 35 years, because I was 10 years in Johnson County before I came here. So it's been almost 36
Thank you
years
for
now.
the service.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've loved my job, so
Okay,
thank
thank you. And welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll see you again.
Mhm.
The next thing on our agenda, Linda Dalton, Powell Senior Center Director, Special Funding. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
So, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I'm Linda Dalton from the Powell Senior Center. In the last 12 months, we've provided over 100,000 services to over 1,860 individual clients. That's not all just seniors. We do have a lot of our programs allow for low income and disabled. And then general public, our transportation is for general public. I'm not sure if you're aware, but in Wyoming, 2 new senior centers have opened. I know you're aware of the Meeteetse one,
Mhm.
but then it's Farson Eden in Sweetwater County. They just opened another one too this year. So the state of Wyoming is an aging state. So we've added a few more programs that we've been providing to people. In March, we had Jeff Grant from the Cheyenne Department of Health and Human Services. They came up and did a Think First fall prevention program. We had 29 participants on that. And some of them weren't even our clients, but it was such a great program that they did want to come in and do that. We are starting, let's see, it's going to start June 13th. We have Embracing Aging classes. It's a 12-week program. So it's going to start June 13th and end on August 15th. We have Melissa Cook from the University of Wyoming that's going to give those classes.
Okay.
And then for our current fiscal year, our fiscal year is October 1 through September 30th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So our current year, the federal government cut our funding by $70,000. So I have actually written 4 additional grants, actually written 6 additional grants. We were awarded 4 of them. But the support in Powell is just amazing. We had, once I announced this cut, to date, I think we've gotten $13,000 just in donations. So we have a lot of support in Powell. We are, Lisa referred to it, we are looking at possible funding, additional funding cuts from the federal government. But it's, these are the people who built this country. We're the people that built our communities, so we got to do something for them. So I'll stand for questions.
Is the program still in place? If I understood this correctly, over the last few years, some of the money that the county donates or donates, however you do it, is for matching with federal
Absolutely.
programs to get meals and things like that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, we have to provide local match
Matching
money.
funds. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to be sure I understood that correctly. Okay. Other questions?
Madam Chair. Linda, thank you. How can you, because I noticed that you have, Powell, Ralston, Clark, Cody, but we also have the Cody Senior Center.
Mhm.
So how do your services, how are they different than what the Cody Senior Center does, or is there overlap? Can you explain that to me a little bit?
Sure. So what happens is if you're from any town and you're a member of a senior center, you have your paperwork updated, you can go to any senior center in the state and
Okay.
get the same price for your, whatever their price for the meal is. So we do have quite a few Cody people that come down. They're visiting a friend. They want to play cards down here. So yeah, we do have Cody people that come to the senior center.
Okay.
And I know we have Powell people that come to the Cody Senior Center.
Okay.
Questions? Any other thoughts?
I did,
Well-
and I did, sorry.
No,
excuse
go
me.
ahead.
I did increase our ask this year,
Mhm.
but that's because of that 70,000
Yeah,
reduction.
Okay, understood. I think you heard kind of where we're at. So we don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a couple more weeks before we really know where things are gonna sort out for us at the end of the year. We have some major meetings on June 23, 24, I think it is, or 22, 23, that we'll be going over all of our budgets, and trying to figure out where we are. So, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, how come you canceled the bake sale?
So, we had a board member who made that decision to do the bake sale. Well, then she resigned at the, April board meeting. She resigned and did not tell anybody else about it
Oh,
as far as the bake
Okay.
sale. So yeah, we were kind of.
I wanted to
on
get
that
my
day.
banana bread, so I was just thinking
So
about
we're
me.
gonna do that again and I am making banana bread. this
Okay,
year, so.
yeah, good, sir.
We'll be glad to test it for you.
Okay.
Well, thank you for coming by.
Thank
We
you.
understand the concerns and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, and thank you for your past funding. It helps a lot.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioners, we actually have a break until 10:25 at this point. So if you'd like to take a break, that would be great. Thank you. Next thing on our agenda, Dusty Spalmer.
Let's even make it today.
Okay.
So we're done.
CYR, Yellowstone Improvements Resources, special funding request. So apparently we're using Denver Toma and Brian Monk. Okay, come on up. Please use the mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I think so.
So this, since Dusty's not here, we're winging it a little bit. But our request for Cody Yellowstone Air Improvement Resources is $15,000 annual request, which has been supported in the past by the commissioners. That will be used to fund future MRGs to bring additional air service to Cody is the current plan. You want to expand on that? We're looking at
Sure.
Delta.
Yep. So right now, we're kind of back to those 2019 levels with 4 flights a day in and out of Denver through United. For next year, we have a real opportunity, hopefully, to finally go after SkyWest to Salt Lake City, really during peak season. Hopefully, June through August, maybe get a couple more months on the back ends of those as well. So there's a lot of things that are in the works right now. Nothing's guaranteed for sure, even that Delta one. But that's kind of the goal for the near future.
I don't know how to word this, but are we caught up with all of the past?
We are almost there. Yep, about
80% committed, I would
80%
say.
now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Needed that update. Commissioners have any questions?
Just, you're doing 2 flights daily to and from Denver now. Is that going to change this summer then soon?
That's the 4 flights a day. Yep. Yeah. So once the season really hits, so what is that going
I
to be?
think
June
it's
1st or the
June
end of
1st.
May?
I think
June
it's
1st.
June
Yeah.
1st.
It'll be 4 flights a day to Denver. So it'll be just like 2019 essentially. Yep. And so although we're all hoping to have Chicago back and Salt Lake back and get all that going, really it is a success to be where we're at now with all the craziness that's happened in the air service world. So we're pretty happy to have those 4 flights a day back. And now we can start hopefully pursuing that Salt Lake route.
Are we getting the other size of planes yet, or is that still being sorted out with United?
That is still being sorted out with United. Yeah.
I know they were working on pilots was the biggest
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Yeah. And one of the reasons Salt Lake is a real possibility for us next year more than it has been in the past is because SkyWest is doing a bunch of retrofitting on some current planes right now. So there'll be a whole new fleet that will be available next year. Part of the ripple effect of COVID was lack of pilots, lack of planes. You know, the Boeing started having their windows and doors flying off. And so anyways, best state it's been at so far post-COVID. And so, yeah, that's why next year is looking so promising.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've also done a leakage study recently. CYAR helped to fund a leakage study to determine the best areas to have those flights coming in and out of in the future where we're losing business to Billings or Bozeman. So we're using that. That's where the Salt Lake idea is coming from, but we'll continue to use that to find the most productive flights.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people that prefer Salt Lake over DIA. Just
Very much.
applications,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
And I think Commissioner Stewart is one of.
yeah,
those too.
he spent the night last night.
With C in
DIA,
Denver.
so he'll be in mid-afternoon today. Anyway.
Yeah, and you know we've heard too from partners just pricing can be an issue for flying out of here as well. By getting a competitive air service out of this area, I think it will also help with that as well. So it's more about getting more air service instead of more destinations is kind of the goal for CYAir at the moment.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification. Jennifer, I think you said 15,000, but the application amount funding says 30.
Oh,
So
Mhm.
just to clarify,
It's
do
30.
you know what is it?
it's 30.
It's 30.
Thank you.
You weren't here earlier, so I'll fill you kind of in on what we know right now, and that is that we're going to be about somewhere in the range of 2.5 million short minimum. That has to do with the property tax situations, the 25% and the homesteader exemption. So we can't answer anything right now as to where we're headed. We have a lot of things to figure out in the next 60 days. And see where we end up this year and what the future is going to bring. So
Okay.
we're going to take these under advisement today. We meet with our staff, June 23, 24, somewhere in there, that Monday, Tuesday, and go through all of those budgets. And then we can really sit down and decide what we can do. So we really won't know anything until then, which I know isn't extremely helpful, but it's the best we can do right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we appreciate the consideration.
Sure.
and, Yeah, the questions.
no problem. Anything else? I think we're good.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
So,
Thanks,
all
y'all.
right, thanks.
You're up, Tim.
She's here.
Okay. Tiffany, I'm not going to get your last name correct.
Watsky.
Watsky.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tiffany Watsky with Youth Clubs of Park County.
Yes.
Special funding request.
So good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Tiffany Watsky. I'm the incoming executive director for the Youth Clubs of Park County. I've been attending the meetings a few years with Tina.
Mhm.
She's our outgoing. She'll be gone at the end of June. So
Okay.
she just let me take the reins this time. So we've been a program for 27 years in Park County. And a lot of times I feel like we assume that people know who we are and what we do. And I've been noticing that that's not always the case. So I'm going to tell you what we do. We are an after school and summer program in both Powell and Cody. We serve kids ages 15 or 5 to 18, kindergarten through 12th grade. So if they're going into kindergarten in the summer, we give them a chance to try. Usually they make it through the summer, especially if they've gone to like preschool or something, but sometimes we'll have to wait till they get into kindergarten and get that going before they can actually hang out. It might be a little overwhelming with a lot of kids. So last year we served almost 500 kids between Powell and Cody. We serve families from all economic backgrounds, we're not just for poor kids or bad kids. We serve any kid who needs us. We work closely with the Wyoming Department of Education to ensure high quality programming that aligns with the state standards. So we're more than just a daycare. We do have our 5 program areas, character and leadership, education and career, health and life skills, the arts, sports, fitness, and recreation. We've started in the past few years, we started doing what we call clubs within the clubs. And that's where the kids can choose what they want to do. So we have about four clubs each semester, and the kids can choose from those. And some of the ones that were their favorites have been robotics, Legos, coding, life skills, dance, and oceans clubs. In the school year, we do help with summer or help with homework. We're open right after school dismisses until 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then in the summer, we do our summer programming. We still do the educational stuff. It's all hands-on fun stuff, but we also include field trips, movies, swimming, park visits, the zoo. We want to focus a lot more on giving back to the community that has given to us. So, we've started small with just leaving the parks better than we find them and things like that. But we're open to, any suggestions on how we can give back as a group. So if you have
Okay.
any questions for me.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the other funding that you have listed. I see you're
Okay.
asking for the 25,000. You have membership dues and you have private business donations. You have government, state, federal grants at 181,000. So where do those other grants come from?
So that is from our Department of Ed grant. We get the 21st Century Learning Grant, and that is currently on the chopping block.
Okay.
So
That's
we don't know what's happening with that either.
okay. Do you know when you will know from the state?
We don't.
Okay. Okay. Special events, investment income.
We do have a golf tournament on May 17th if anyone is interested.
Okay. I know some young people that might be interested in it. Any other questions, thoughts?
Just a comment, Madam Chair, I was on the board when it used to be the Boys and Girls Club, and a lot of the customers that we bring in are people that are part of our workforce, looking for, because nowadays you get both parents that have to work. And for something that is cheap and also providing food and education, it's not easy to find. A lot of communities are losing Boys and Girls Club and youth clubs. And you can't find a workforce after that. So I think especially a tourist area like Cody and the Bighorn Basin that depends on people who will work at some of these businesses, but they have to have a place for their kids. And I think that the youth club does the job and a lot more, especially in the summertime when the school isn't available. These people find a way to feed and also educate kids. So I think it's a great service to have here in Park County, and I'd hate to see something like that go.
What kind of hours do you keep in the summertime?
In the summer, we are open 7:45 to 5:30.
Thank you. Okay, any other thoughts, questions? Okay,
All right.
I think you heard where we're at and what our
Yeah,
schedule looks
yeah.
like. Okay,
Totally
appreciate it.
understandable.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Well, we're kind of moving through these, but Shelley, come up. Cody Senior Center, special funding request. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Thanks for listening to me.
Sure.
Shelley Widley, I'm the executive director at the Cody Senior Center. We have been given the grants for the last, well, before I even came, which is very helpful for us because all of our business relies on grants and donations. And with our grants, we have to match so much of local funding. So that's where we've always used it. I would love to share with you some stats that we have from the senior center. But I also want to explain, I know you guys know this, but I stress about it every single day that the upcoming fiscal year for the Cody Senior Center is going to be challenging, one for all centers that serve seniors in our city, county, and country. We have the fastest growing aging population in our country. Senior centers are vital to helping seniors age in place and remain vital members of their community. And so what we offer for them helps them to stay in their homes. The meals, the transportation, the activities that we have, social services that we have, and just good old fellowship in our building. So I have got some stats from 2024. The whole year, we had 463 people that were served meals. Now, that's not every day, that's throughout the year. And those people are probably doubled quite a bit because most people will come 5 days a week. So we served 36,520 units, which is meals. That's how they count them, the units, in-house and home delivery. The congregate meals that were served in our building was 10,644 that we served, and it was 339 recipients. Home delivered meals, we served 25,878 meals to 135 recipients. That number has increased, which is expected to increase as our population ages and at the needs of the population. Then we have the 3B supportive services, which we had 17,775 units go out to 487 people, which this is something that legislation is doing right now, is to cut this social services 3B completely. And that the supportive services are card games, bingo, health exercises, yoga, Tai Chi. And then we also help with technology. We're working with a population that You know, they don't have the technology skills, and Social Security, LEAP, so many things have gone to total, you got to fill things out online, which is leaving. And it's also leaving, you got to say, the lower income, because they're the ones that need the assistance from LEAP. They're the ones that need assistance from DFS and all of that. And they're the ones that don't have the technology to use. So we do offer those services every day. I think it's crucial for that, for it to be cut is, I don't know. The stats for transportation rides for April, just this last April for 2025, we provided 988 rides to people within 10 miles of Cody, the radius of Cody. We were there for 453 elderly handicap rides. We were there for 146 elderly wheelchair rides. We were there for 79 non-senior rides. And this is just in 1 month. 60 handicap rides and 19 wheelchair rides. And we were there for 32 general non-senior rides and 22 elderly rides. Of course, that goes on the increase during summertime when we have tourists that need these rides, although our community members do get first place in as far as reserving spots. But we break it down into handicap rides and wheelchair rides because you have to have a special vehicle for wheelchair rides, you know, and handicap, they can get into the cars that we have, but it's easier in the vans with the lifts and stuff. So, and that's the way the state wants us to give that information, break it down. So with that, you know, as you can see, we help our community in many amazing ways. These services allow our patrons to stay in their homes, live independently, and give their families peace of mind, knowing that they have rides, meals, and a place to fellowship with others at a very minimal cost. Our donations right now for our meals are $4 a meal. And they are very good meals. I do believe I'm probably going to have to raise it to $5, but we have excellent cooks. We have people that come every single day. And then we do depend highly on federal and state grants, personal, gracious community members, donations, the Shoshone Rec Grant, Hunger Initiative from the First Lady, Jenny Gordon, Older and Bolder, and of course the Park County Commissioner's special funding grant. So, you know, if I go into too much about what this means to our community, I will get very emotional. And then with the state of you all are experiencing the cuts, they're talking about 68% or 10 to 15% cuts for nutritional services, which when the need is up, we're going to take it away from them. So, you know, I just hope that we can, I know you guys are in the same predicament, but there you have it. We do a great service to our community.
Yeah, there's no question. It is a great service. You have the Wyoming Department of Health Aging Division at 219,000. Have you heard anything about that amount for this coming? Is that the one?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And they are not, because right now it's before Congress deciding what they're going to cut. They have cut the older aging acts that has been in place for 60 years that that senior centers have depended on. They've totally cut that. They're taking the 3B and putting it into 3 different places with people that aren't aware of what we've done in the past, or, you know, so, but we usually we have our 3B grant, the nutritional services grant, done by this time, but they're waiting to see what we'll have available.
Seems like there's a holding pattern on a lot.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, questions?
These grants that you apply for, are these 50-50 grants? Is that how it works, 50%?
No, some of them are 20% match. YDOT is 15% match. Let's see. The Hunger Initiative, there's no match.
Right.
Let's see, Older and Bolder, there's no match with that. So it just depends on where I'm getting the funds from.
The YDOT, if I understand correctly, there's some in transportation type of stuff and some in food. Are those both?
No, YDOT is all transportation, our employees and our buses and yeah.
Okay, so that's all transportation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they are really sticklers. And they didn't used to be as strict, but I'm glad. I'm very glad because if we say that we had to repair a freezer and when I first started, I didn't know, so I had so much to the freezer from the YDOT and they'd say, there's no way you can claim that. Maybe your employees put something in the freezer, but it doesn't have anything to do with the funds we're giving you.
Transportation, right? Okay.
So.
Anything else come to mind?
Madam Chair, I'd just say, Shelley, that I appreciate, as a new commissioner, I appreciate having that background on the match. With the property tax reduction. I think that's something that really the public doesn't maybe know about, myself included. I didn't know how that worked. And so I think it's important that that gets out that, some of these funding cuts are going to impact how we can fund other services in the community that require a match. So I appreciate that detail in this.
Okay.
And hopefully, I don't know if you have the chance to speak to some of our legislators when they're going through some of these decisions and.
Yes.
You have.
Yes, I have. And it's kind of funny because I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I don't want my seniors to stress over this. I'm sure they know, but I will do an open forum at my lunch hour. Do you have questions for me? Because they might have some, but I don't want to throw out, hey, you guys, we're being cut 68%. And then they have another thing to worry about.
Sure.
Right.
But, so I do hold back unless they come to me and ask me.
Okay.
I want them to just enjoy
Mhm.
what we have right now.
But like she said, some of these funds can be turned into a lot more funds.
Yes.
We're talking about the matching.
Yes, and I do have all of the addresses and stuff that today I'm gonna talk with the seniors if they'd like to write to them and see. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I think you've kind of, where we're at. So it'll
Absolutely.
be toward the end of June before
Okay.
we really know anything.
okay.
So, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the time to
You
talk.
bet. We have a little bit of time. She's on her way. Okay. Guess we have a little bit of a break. There's 2 people coming for the 11:10, so.
that's why. We'll go ahead and start. If she's shows up a little late, it's okay. I can cover
Okay.
her.
And you have one
Second.
constituent that said you asked him to be here and he's been waiting on you.
I appreciate that, Greg. Thank you so much. Yes.
So the next thing on our agenda, Rebecca Burns, Powell Economic Partnership Executive Director, an update on the Rail to Trail project.
Yeah, and we have some handouts.
If,
Pass these out.
I know, Rebecca, we know who you are, but if
Yes.
anyone else speaks,
I
we'd like
will
you to,
definitely introduce everybody. Yeah,
and
for
use
sure.
microphones, please.
100%. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your time today. I think we have about 10 minutes on the agenda, so we're going to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I'm the Executive Director for the Powell Economic Partnership and of course manage the Chamber and Visitor Center and the Economic Development Foundation in Powell. I'll have Colin go ahead and introduce himself.
Yeah, so my name's Colin Kiefer. I'm an AmeriCorps Vista member with Powell Economic Partnership, work as an outdoor recreation planner. Just helping Rebecca with all things outdoor rec.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, and morning, Commissioners. My name is Jackie LaBelle. I am with Rails to Trails Conservancy, and I am based in Deer Lodge, Montana. I'm working on the Great American Rail Trail all across the West, basically from the Nebraska border to Washington State, including Wyoming and Montana.
So this is a big project. I'm just going to give you like the big bullet point overview, and then we have two asks of the commission today. The two asks are, number one, can we have permission to plan with no fiscal request attached to that, just permission to plan? The other request is we would like to have a county appointed committee. Again, a committee not attached to a budget line item or joint powers board, anything like that. Just a committee to forward this particular project and pathways in general in Park County. So, okay, let's just go over real quick, kind of like the bullet points that have gotten us to this point. PEP has been working in outdoor recreation for a number of years. This was originally spearheaded by the state and a lot of Governor Gordon's initiatives or Governor Mead's initiatives before Governor Gordon. And so what we did is in 2019, we did a survey to the people and said, hey, what do you really want to see in our area? How can we help facilitate this? And what we heard back even in 2019, that survey was like, they wanted front country outdoor recreation opportunities, so close to the municipalities. So this is a big undertaking. We weren't able to do it alone. We actionized the AmeriCorps Vista program that you've heard a lot about in a lot of programs that we have. We have that intermediary grant. And so we got our first Vista, Kieran Durai, who started in June of 2022. He really looked at the whole of Park County and said, hey, again, let's make this as evidence-based as possible. He has a health and human services background. And so he did everything from focus groups, interviews, a myriad of data points, and tried to figure out, well, what do the people here really want, and how will that look? And again, he identified hurdles and opportunities, right? So again, that front country just kept coming up, that people want close front country opportunities. We had our second Vista, who started in June of 2023, Natalie Schaus, and she was really looking at this particular project. So obviously a rail trail or any pathway connects our communities and is a front country opportunity. We started collaborating with the Rails to Trails Conservancy. At that point, we had already started communication before that. You can come on in. Yep, go ahead and sit down. They started a little early. Yeah, you're fine. Well, I'll just go over these points and we'll have you introduce yourself. Okay. So really the second Vista, we did a lot of research and a lot of legwork. What would a rail with trail look like? How would we connect to the Great American Rail Trail? The project starts in Washington, D.C. and then Washington State. What does that look like for Wyoming? Do Wyomingites even want this? And so that was a lot of talking to BNSF, the Bureau of Reclamation, irrigation districts, briefing the city of Powell, and then of course the county commissioners,
and talking to landowners, starting those landowner conversations. And so really, I mean, because this is kind of a new thing for the state of Wyoming, it's just about 4% of the trail is even done, mostly in Casper in that region. So Casper and Douglas is who's working most prominently on pathways in our state. We had to reach outside. We interviewed and spoke to a lot of communities in mostly in Idaho, Montana, people that are a lot like us in the fact that they have irrigation infrastructure that we have to, which adds another layer of complication, right? So we talked to communities who have done this, who've done this successfully for decades and got their advice and kind of baked that into the project. So Natalie, of course, gave her deliverables, and then our lovely third Vista, our outdoor Vista, Colin, he's picked up the torch and ran with it. Natalie and I started with a petition, and that's one of the, you have an infographic in front of you with the petition numbers. We got 1,000 signatures, or actually over 1,000, 1,001 signatures. And this was in collaboration with the Rails to Trails Conservancy. They hosted a landing page on their website. They captured a lot of that data, and then we were able to, both of us be able to see the data and look at it. And so that's what you have in front of you right there. You can see that it's harder to see in black and white. I apologize. That's how I printed. But all of you have received this in color in your email inboxes as well. The vast majority of those signatures are coming from our local community, Cal, Cody, and then bumped out to Wyoming. We really did want to get a sense from the other communities on the Great American Rail Trail, like how many are also in support of our region having that connection piece. And so we were able to get signatures from residents that live in all of the District of Columbia and then all the rest of the states in the United States to prove that travel and tourism piece, and that people would actually want to come obviously through Yellowstone and then into a park eventually. So that takes us to the landowner barbecue. We connected with landowners with 2 letters total, and we hosted a barbecue so that they could ask us questions, dispel information. Commissioner Thiel, thank you for attending that particular reception. And then we started looking at just basically solutions for the landowners. You know, how is this going to benefit a landowner? It goes kind of back to being an economic development organization. And I encourage Greg, if he wants to, jump in here. This is a good point. So we're always looking for residents to have business opportunities. That's kind of the whole point. So pathways, and then people who own land along those pathways, that's an opportunity for them to have a coffee shop, have a restaurant, maybe cater to that travel and tourism industry that we're talking about before. So that's why we're doing it. And first, they kind of need assistance in planning and zoning, of course, but land easements is another conversation that we've had with other locals who are saying, what if I just want to gift my land, or what if what if can an entity provide me some financial resources for the land that I would have, that I would own, so on and so forth. Do you have anything to add in that?
Yeah, I'm gonna put a little rain cloud on your parade here. But I can bring you a little sunshine. So I've got about 3/4 of a mile. What? Oh, Greg Anderson from Cal. I got 3/4 of a mile of land over there. And I've been talking with Rebecca and Colin and Kieran. They rented from me, so I've been in on this project from pretty close to get-go. The problems, it's all private land. There's nothing much in it for the landowners. There's wanting the commissioners, Park County, to take over maintenance of it, which is a pretty good chunk, unless you could come up with another source of revenue. Now, I was pretty against this from the beginning, but then I thought, well, maybe I could do something, because this stretch of land I could put it back into farmland. I'm trying to get a billboard, but that's like pulling teeth. But I thought, well, I could put some little tiny houses on here and make it a destination point, a shower house, something like that, where I can make little money if we get How many people you think are coming through?
Well,
Here,
indicative.
15,000?
So there's an economic impact study that the Rails to Trails Conservancy has completed. And there's some data that is for the whole state. We haven't done an economic impact study because they're pretty expensive for just this piece of the puzzle for this 11-mile stretch, but we know from that information that.
Okay, and another thing, did you check that zoning that I told you about?
So, this sidebar. You never know what you're gonna get with Greg, but I love him so much. That's why I invited him. So, yes and no. I mean, the answer is that's not a discussion for today. Right?
Well,
So,
sure it is.
so the opportunity, I guess the whole point is that pathways provide opportunities. Do they come with some level of uncertainty because they're new? Absolutely. Everything new comes with some level of uncertainty. I think the conversations that we had with Greg are pretty indicative to kind of like the gamut of conversations that we've had with all the landowners. They go from, this is an amazing idea, I can't wait to use the pathway, to, well, I'm not sure about it, but this doesn't actually, I don't own the property, I'm just adjacent to it, to, I don't think this is a good idea. And that is pretty indicative of all these pathway projects. You know, and when we spoke to other communities, like I said, in Idaho and Montana, what has happened is the landowner has to give permission. You know, it has to be, those are individual conversations with those individual landowners. And so as you know, the economic development organization, what we have done is spent a lot of time researching what those tools might be. And we'd be happy to kind of like gift that information if to the Park County led or Park County appointed group, you know, the easements, how would that work? And what are some potential business opportunities that work in other, you know, states or in our region and that people could really benefit from here as well. So, did you have anything else? Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, so another cloud. So we've been looking at this and I've been talking with Rebecca and Colin. And I do think the other thing is, so Sophie, your little consultant you guys hired for your land use plan, she's got this new proposal you've got. Well, all along this corridor, the proposed plan is industrial now, which there's no outdoor rec, or I couldn't do anything I wanted to do in this whole zone now. So that changes, that's another little black cloud over this project. So that's, I'm not saying.
Right. Let me clarify one thing.
Yeah.
That has not come from the consultants at this time. That is what the public input indicated at the meetings, that where they would see industrial or commercial or ag or those. That's all public input at this point. The consultants have given us no advice on where those areas should be at this time.
Okay, well, there's about 1,100 acres
Okay.
added industrial zoning that
Yeah.
encompasses about 5 miles
Okay,
of this trail.
Okay.
Which that right there puts the kibosh on a lot of this
Sure.
too, so.
So I think this conversation is perfectly timed
Mhm.
because we're looking at the regulations, you know, and so on and so forth. And this project is coming to fruition. I think it's really important for landowners like Greg to say, hey, you know, let's say X number of landowners say, you know what, I really would like to benefit from this pathway going, you know, through or adjacent to my property, so on and so forth. This is a great time to have those discussions because then they can help inform the regulations that will make it super easy to then, you know, potentially, hopefully just pull a permit and, you know, be along their merry way. So I think these are, you know, these are really good conversations to have, right? And we're always welcome to have them. We're always welcome to have them.
One more. So I told Rebecca from the get-go, if she can get all the other landowners in on this,
Mhm.
I would go for it. But unless it's a complete trail.
Right.
And there's nothing in it for everybody but maintenance and liability.
Right.
But so she's got a lot of hurdles to jump and you guys are part of those hurdles, so.
So, I'll just go ahead and have Rosanna introduce herself, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you all in person. It's a little scary over here rather than just being in the back. But my name is Rosanna Janzer. I've worked with open space and trail projects for about 25 years with a specific program that's been around for 53 years. These things don't happen quickly. They don't happen without pain, but I can tell you and hope for your recommendation that a committee of interested citizens, that's the heart of your community. I can talk all day about how great it is to have worked on trails that ended up being at this point 269 miles of trail. That started out with this tiny little idea. And it wasn't unusual for landowners to say, I just can't see this. I can't do this. It was a long, hard thing. But when citizens get behind something, Rebecca has had people say, boy, this would be great. This would be nice. There's both sides of the coins. And sometimes it takes a relationship of a few years to just work with someone not like you're a business interest, but like you're a friend. I'm interested in your property. Yes, but how are things going? What's going on for you? What things do you see? Can you imagine your grandkids being on here, your great grandkids? As far as economic impact, you can't imagine the things that came from those trails in the beginning that are now. When I retired, we had enough volunteers, qualified trail builders, engineers that retired like I did, that had nothing better to do than, what am I going to do with all this knowledge? Well, they brought it to us. And so that ended up being about 40 full-time employees, which we never would have imagined that never would be. But just the start, just saying, well, go ahead and look into it, is an amazing little kernel that you don't know how it's going to end. Sure, could it end in nope, heck no from everybody? Right. But if you're not spending any money in it just to find out, what might it be? Is there much to lose? Is there a downside to it other than, well, when you have a committee that you appoint of interested people, they bring you recommendations. It's not as if you're out there on the street with a sign saying, what do you think? You're going to listen to recommendations from a group of people that are well connected, are interested in certain aspects of industry that will help with these decisions. It's not just Rebecca out there saying, gosh, I think this is a great idea. And sometimes just talking to people, just listening to them brings the most amazing ideas forward. And I would encourage you to look at forming a community pathways committee of citizens that are interested in this project. And, maybe a couple on the other side that don't think this is such a great idea, because there's learning in that. You can learn ways to address all the other people that don't think they're interested. And who knows, at the end of the day, you just might succeed. And I would encourage that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it this morning. Thank you.
So she came to PEP basically from all of the press that we have gotten over this project, because we've always said along the way, we're just going to take it to the next step. We're not sure. Will this work? Will it not work? We don't know. You don't know until you start, right? You have no idea the hurdles or the opportunities that you have until you start, one foot in front of the other. And at this point, we appreciate the community, of course, and all of their opinion. We're gathering all of that feedback from landowners, with the petition that we have over 1,000 signatures on. And at this point in the process, we still don't know. We still don't know if this is going to work. But the next step is, number one, we need to plan. So we're at the point where we need to really get the surveyors out there and saying, will this physically work in the space that we think we want it, right? Or that we've said that we wanted it. So the surveying, and then the design group, saying like, okay, how can we make this the best user experience possible? And that that money is being raised by the Powell Economic Partnership Foundation, which is a 501c3. We have $41,000 already earmarked, and we haven't even started the fundraising. That's how many people, some people just have given us checks. So we see that also as indicative of something that people want. And when we build infrastructure, we know that business is close to follow. We want to give folks like Greg Anderson an opportunity where there is none now, right? And so that's a really important part of the step. So again, we started early, so I apologize. But the two things that we're asking for is number one, permission to plan with no fiscal responsibility from the county commissioners. And number two, we would like you to appoint a county appointed committee. Again, no fiscal monies attached to it.
When you make that comment about a county committee, you're talking countywide, not just the Powell area.
That's
but
correct.
countywide.
We want a countywide committee because the intent of this pathway is well, it's much bigger than the state of Wyoming, but even so, it would be incorporating Bighorn through Powell into Cody, into Yellowstone National Park, and it bumps out into Montana. Yeah. So it really is a countywide project, and we've already contacted the municipalities in each of the areas, and they're on board. On board to have the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple questions come to mind, and it's maybe not time for them yet, but this says rail with trail. The ones that I have been on, northern Idaho, northern Montana, have all been rail to trail. So the rail's gone and the trail is there. I guess in my mind, I have a little bit of thought process about how close are you to the railroad tracks? You know, that type of thing, I guess. And if there's enough easement, whatever you want to call it, along there to make it work everywhere, and how that works when you come to river crossing or,
Yep.
you know, like you say, irrigation structure crossings, things
Sure.
like that. So those kind of questions, I'm sure, are things that the committee can delve into.
Yep, those are questions that we've already talked to BNSF and then the irrigation district about. BNSF and the irrigation district both have easements. And it, again, without the surveying, there's no way. We're at the point where we need to know, well, exactly where would this path go? Would it encroach on one or the other easement? From BNSF standpoint, they're looking for, even if it's not on their land or they're a part of their easement, they're looking for 10% drawings up to 90% drawings. And they have a process to like approve along the way. So that's why we really need, I mean, until we get that surveying done, we're kind of stuck. We need to have that actual piece of the puzzle. And then, you know, we have that with those open relationships with BNSF, again, because we're an economic development organization, we're also working on other projects to increase rail in other places, right? And so, yeah, they're more than willing to talk with us and move through the process. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, your question is actually a really thoughtful question because you don't want to be the outlier in doing something out of the ordinary and putting people at risk. I'll give you some statistics to maybe give your comfort level a little boost. We have tracked with our GIS nationwide the rails to trails like bicycle trails, over 5,000 trails nationwide. 500 of them, over 500 of them are rails with trails. And 89 of those are specifically BNSF rail with trails. So I applaud Rebecca's work already having the conversations with BNSF. This is not unfamiliar to them. They do have easements in some cases. They have right-of-way agreements in some cases. So I think she's already greasing the skids in a really effective way.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner?
So, Madam Chair, my question then is, can Burlington, Northern Santa Fe modify their easement to allow this trail without the consent of the landowner?
Madam Chair, can I answer that?
Absolutely.
We have no intent, and nor would BNSF have any intent to do something without landowner permission. That's integral to the project. We don't have the authority. PEP doesn't. Any entity at the table does not have the authority to make a landowner do something that they don't want to do. The vast majority of the pieces of land are really people own up to the railroad. There are some landowners where they own, you know, the section through the railroad, the irrigation road, canal, and sometimes even into the middle of the highway. So that does exist. But the vast majority of the landowners in this section, which is on your map, from Garland to before the city of Ralston, not including the city of Ralston. We're not talking about the city of Ralston right now. It's just right before that. The vast majority of those landowners are just to the railroads. Yeah. So the people that we would be talking to are either the corporations, some, you know, like there are some beat dumps in there too. The corporations are the landowners that have land in there. We need their permission.
So if I understand you correctly, you are looking at separate easements from every landowner. They would have to give permission, and then BSNF may go along with that because of what they do with rails or trails, but.
You're correct.
Okay. So
So
landowner
the
would have to
entities
do it.
in this puzzle
Mhm,
are every landowner,
mhm. Okay.
obviously the county, the city of Powell, Bureau of Reclamation, Irrigation District.
Okay.
That's why this is a really complicated project. And that's why it's taken us so long to even get to like permission to plan part. As you saw, there's been years of research to even get us to the point of like, okay, are we ready to start surveying? And at this point, they might, you know, it might come back as a no,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Madam Chair, so how many landowners are there between Ralston and Garland that you're potentially be impacting?
I want to say there was 46, but
Yeah.
I will check that number.
And of that, how many have signed the petition and allowed so far?
So the petition wasn't for the landowners. That's the landowner communications.
It was in support of the rails trails, but if they're not in support of it, they're not going to sign. If they don't, how many do you have you contacted and again have given? Other than Mr. Anderson, maybe.
So the information that we have for the landowners really comes from the Park County map server.
Yep.
Some of that data is really accurate and some of it's not. They all received letters. Some people, so we've sent out 2 landowner letters to date. We have, for the first letter, there were some landowners that did not receive that first letter, who had received the second letter. And then from a communication standpoint, we have dozens and dozens of articles, radio programs, so on and so forth that have talked about the project, social media campaigns. We're reaching out to them in the best ways that we possibly can.
Have any of them said absolutely not?
We don't have an absolutely not. We don't have an absolutely not. We have in the range of, you know, landowners. I've had somebody say absolutely not, but they didn't actually own the land. They were adjacent to it. So in that we want to be neighborly, you know, we want to keep informing everyone. But when it comes to like firm yeses or nos, they're kind of somewhere in between. We haven't gotten to the firm yes yet, but again, we don't know. We're not to the point until we do the surveying and we know if this can actually go through, till we go to the design and we can show the landowners, this is what it would be like, this is what it would look like, this is exactly where it would be. Then we can go back to the landowners and BNSF and the irrigation district and Bureau of Reclamation and the county and the city and say, this is what the design looks like. You know, would it appease you to move to the next step? At this point, we're not saying your vote is not for a yay or nay of the project. It is, do we have the permission to move to the next step? We're going to collect a lot of money from people all over the county. Do we have permission to plan?
Sure. Rebecca, I appreciate this, all this information that you have on here, you know, with the statistics and stuff on the one that shows the respondents. My question is, in listening to you, there's a lot of entities involved. And so your second ask is for the county appointed committee. So help me understand why you want the county to appoint the committee and not another entity, number one. And number two, who you see serving on that committee, who you think the players are that should be applying to the committee and who needs to be on that committee.
Rosanna has given us some really great feedback because with her experience about kind of the types of people that you might want to be on the committee, it makes most sense for the county to be appointed because honestly, when you get into the city of Powell, it's going to be on roadways. So the way it's the city of Powell and the way that the railroad is, it's so congested already. I mean, we have feet of buildings just away from the railroad. We physically don't have a room to put a pathway there. So what would ultimately probably happen is that they would be diverted to a road and you'd have like a section on a roadway that you'd go through on the pathway and then kind of hop back on. So the county is the largest entity. Obviously, this is a county project. You know, municipalities potentially should be represented in some way, shape, or form because they're a part of the project and they're going to maintain a piece of the project within their municipalities. But the vast majority of this project is happening in the county. As far as like folks and expertise, do you want to answer that question? Do you want me to continue?
Sure. So my experience was a 12-member committee. It's been cut to 7 because we figured out we don't really need 12 people to make these decisions. But they came from everywhere, from very large businesses, very involved businesses, to tiny little, I don't want to say tiny, but people that you would never expect, people that come forward and say, wow, this is interesting. I don't know if you guys can do it, but I got some time. And assuredly from all walks of the county, from the entire county. You can't just do these things with, here's a little group of people, because those that are furthest out say, well, why would I be interested in this? It's just them stirring this thing up. I mean, bankers, school teachers, everybody has opinions and they have good ideas. That's what we figured out. And when they're presented with findings from professionals, they can help make decisions that would be impossible just to always coming to you. That's a burden that you don't need. It's nice that it comes from you, that you appoint these people, because that gives them, when they show up, so to speak, on someone's doorstep that they're interested in talking to, a little, I don't want, not endorsement of the project, but you know of it. This is not unfamiliar work for you. So they have sort of an introduction, if you will. And I can't tell you, in almost 25 years, the committee changed over time from chairperson to newest member. And the thing that's nice about it is in projects this long, when you serve on a committee, there's a certain term, and that's good and bad. You don't, for my experience, you became a almost temporary member for a year because this is a big county. How can everybody be familiar with what's going on there? They can't, but they can sit in on these meetings and understand the larger scope of the project and then get more involved. You don't have a chairperson overnight. So that's why I have emphasized with Rebecca, go wide with who you want to cast a net for, because you don't know what you'll catch and the expertise that's out there.
And some examples might be folks in healthcare. You know, Wyoming is a state that really is struggling with suicide rates, and it's known that when you have opportunities to get together in groups, build community and health and well-being, that really dispels, suicide. So I would, you definitely want to have people who are county and city employees or stakeholders of some kind, people in healthcare, people who are users. I think in the Park County Outdoor Collaborative, what we've really seen is we have a huge amount of people who are users of outdoor recreation and enthusiasts of outdoor recreation, but they don't necessarily have the project management experience. So like folks who are able to do project management, folks who are good in finance, you know, those types of things.
We're gonna have to keep moving here. So Rebecca's asked for two things. And one is permission to plan, which depends on what y'all think.
Madam Chair, I don't see a problem with continuing it, but you're running into huge hurdles, I guess. We've heard, you know, from the one easygoing landowner, but there's some other ones that are out there that you're going to have to survey them. And of course, whenever you come before the county, you're looking at liability issues, whether there's attractive nuisances off the trail, whether you get one of Greg's rattlesnakes going out and sunning on the trail itself. It's one of the things the county's going to be looking at is who's liable for any kind of incident that will be on the trail. What you're looking for too is a resolution to form the committee, I suppose, and you'd have to take a look at that resolution before we could approve something like that. So I think as far as I'm concerned, yeah, continue to put everything together, see if you can get all these landowners to agree, come up with some idea for a funding source, and we'll be happy to help out whatever we can do as far as putting a committee together. I'm sure, as far as I'm concerned.
So if I understand you correctly, you're thinking that they would get together to provide a resolution
Yes.
as to what that committee's
And the makeup
objective
of the
would be
committee.
and the makeup of the committee
Yeah.
and provide that back to us. So we can take a look at that and make a determination that way. Does that help?
Mhm.
Okay. Is everybody on board with that coming back?
Madam Chair, until they bring us signature from every landowner that could possibly be affected that is at least in favor of moving forward, I would not support it. Because I've heard others, you're very optimistic and that's great. And we can't stop you from planning. But I am not gonna go, if there's one person that is opposed to this. As Mr. Anderson mentioned, you're gonna have trails that stop midway and you can't cross it. I don't agree. And I don't agree with condemning their land in any way, shape or form for the purpose of this trail. If they're not in support. So if you brought us a letter from every possible landowner in between that was in support of continuing the discussion, I would be in favor as, but I'm only one of 5 that is.
Madam Chair,
Chair.
can I answer
Yes.
that? I think I really understand where you're coming from. It puts the landowner in a very awkward position because before we're able to do the surveying and the planning design, they're having to sign something that says that they're willing to move forward with something that they don't even know where it's going to be or where they've seen it. So from, you know, actually advocating for the landowner, I would say I would not want to put them in a legally binding position until we have more information for them to make an educated decision.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I was just gonna comment that the way I understood it is that they needed to have the surveying. I don't think we can, so the landowner can make an informed decision because they can't tell them what parts, you know, where they would cross. So I understand that part. I don't see how we can tell you not to plan. I mean, it's kind of right, like you can plan, it's your project. So my concern is, I want to see more what you envision for the county appointed committee and what you're envisioning for long-term maintenance and the the impact to the county and sustainability. So I'm not comfortable proceeding with number 2, the second request, until I see more kind of what Commissioner Mangold recommended was what your committee looks like, what you're envisioning and how long it's going to be.
Sure. So we were really intending to have this be a collaborative approach. We want to collaborate with the county as opposed to this being a pet project solely. we're really focused on this 11-mile stretch because we're one entity and we only have so many people to move the project forward. We see as to make this successful for those for the landowners in that 11-mile stretch that we need to actually really bump this out to a countywide project, and we just don't have those resources internally. As far as funding sources and, you know, what the pathway would look like and how it would be maintained, we have resource on all of those things.
Good.
And we have very good data to say moving forward. Just because you have a county appointed committee doesn't even mean that the project's going to move forward.
Right.
It just means that we're trying to make this
Right.
as collaborative approach as possible.
Your favorite landowner would like to make one more comment?
Yeah, it's me, Greg Anderson again. So don't you have to have every landowner's position to come and do your surveying and your mapping and stuff anyway? Or are you gonna do it all aerial? Or how are you gonna do that?
Great question, Greg. So yeah, the 10% drawings are done without physically surveyors on the land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if I understand things, you can move forward with planning, as we've talked about. But if you could bring us back a little bit more of an outline type resolution as to what the expectations would be, size of the committee, and a makeup type thing, we'll sure take a look at it.
Great.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank
I
you.
mentioned one more thing, though. Moving forward, I'm not comfortable with it being a county project until the county is on board.
You mean being advertised or what do you?
Yeah, I mean, going door to door and saying this is a county project, we're not behind this, you are. And until we get all the landowners, I'm definitely not on board. So I don't like it being labeled as a county project. That's,
I don't think it's been labeled that way, so
It
we'll
was-
just keep
it
moving.
was said that way.
Said if we put the committee together, that would be a help. But, okay,
Great. Thank you
right.
for your time.
Thank
for
you.
your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, we're running a little bit behind, but we will keep moving. 11:25, Laura Schreiber, Park County Historical Preservation Commission. Can't even read this morning.
Right, we have 3 members of our
Okay.
commission.
The proposal to establish a collaborative effort between the Historical Preservation Commission and the City of Cody's Planning and Zoning Department. So if you would introduce the other people with you.
Right, so I'm Laura Schreiber. I'm the chair of the Park County Historic Preservation Commission, which is one of the commissions that we were all appointed to through you.
Mhm.
And this is Dan Stein.
Yep.
And Brian Bowe. And they are also on the committee. Dan is also our collaborator. He's on the planning and zoning for the City of Cody committee. So he's also been very, very much of assistance on that. And we have, so that's that.
Okay. Okay,
Great. So I'll just say in advance that the people in Park County, the people of the City of Cody have been concerned about some of the demolition projects overall historic preservation of town. And some people have reached out to us as a commission, and we've also had the opportunity to be at several of the City of Cody council meetings where they've passed ordinances recently that we are there in case they have questions. We'd like to be able to continue that sort of relationship. But since we are at underneath the Park County Commissioners, it wasn't something that we wanted to formally engage with, and as opposed to until we had a meeting with you. And Dan, as being our intermediary, probably can fill you in on more sort of where the city is and where we would like to go with that.
okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, hello again. So the idea here is not to necessarily interrupt the City of Cody's process in issuing demolition permits, but to provide an opportunity for this group to put ourselves slightly in the middle of a property that may be determined to be either of historic nature or something that the people of the city feel, or even the county feel that it's an old item, such as, for example, the dairy that down the street here, right? It was not necessarily listed on the historic registry, but it was important to some people around here due to the age. So our objective is to follow a model that's in use elsewhere in Wyoming, that when someone would apply for a demolition permit in the city, we would be notified by the city, and we could then make a determination as to the historic nature of that building, which that information then would go back to the requester of the permit so that they understand what the building is exactly. It doesn't stop them from doing what they want to do. It does add a delay in there of whatever is to be determined by the city of Cody for X number of days or weeks to allow us to do our research and allow, for example, someone to come in and take photographs or archive things about that building, or maybe even request different portions of the building, bricks from it, etc. So that's really what we're here today requesting for permission from you, because we are a county, commission, again, appointed by you folks. I reached out to you, Madam Chair, and you, I know, had approached the county attorney to ensure that there was no liability issues there on the county's perspective.
Right.
And again, we're here asking you if we have permission to go forward, and we don't know whether the city will or will not even entertain this idea.
Okay.
But we are uncomfortable going to them and presenting anything without your support on this. So
Okay.
in short, that's really where and how we ended up here in front of you today.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, it's a informational presentation to that owner. We all hear the term property rights all the time,
That's correct.
and that's a fine line, at times, with regulations and with what can and can't happen, but I think there are property rights, and in certain situations, that's the way it goes. But if it's informational and it can help them make a better decision, or at least a completely understood decision, then maybe that's a good idea. To add that information to them, because they may not have it. We have several new owners along Main Street that may not have that history that a lot of other people have. I know Brian searches it all the time, in his work to figure out what some of those buildings are, but.
Yeah, and that is really our goal, that, and again, to delay the process slightly so that if there's an opportunity there to archive it or to present information, as you said, or even save pieces of it, that's really all we're asking for.
Commissioners?
Dan, I heard you guys on the presentation have specifically mentioned Cody, but it's Park County Historic Preservation Commission. Is the goal to just start with Cody, or is similar issues not occurring in Powell? So can you expand on that part of it?
I think partly it's because we've heard more from the people of Cody who have asked us specifically what we could do. And also because we've been invited to attend the council meetings. Also, the city of Cody specifically has a historic district that has been, it is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, the downtown area and the Irma Hotel. And in some of the other cities in Park County, there are individual buildings, but there isn't an entire district. And so sort of starting
Okay.
from there was sort of a beginning point from us. And it's informational, but also educational. So just to help people understand that even if something has been listed on the National Register, doesn't stop people from doing whatever they want on their own property, but also so that the public understands a little bit more why some of these things happen. So we're hoping to be an educational source for that when people get very angry about the Carolyn Lockhart, house being destroyed, and really there's nothing they could have done. Really, that's the owner's decision. But if at least someone knows that there's a body who they could talk to and sort of explain some of those things, I think that would be just as important to us, just to help the public with, well, that sense of injustice. And you're right, that sometimes you can't change things, but there's nothing wrong with trying to do, offer more education and information. So that's, and if we had the opportunity to interface with the other cities, we would too. One of our members is the director of the Homesteader Museum, which has just recently been added to the National Register. And so we do have people who are,
Brandy.
yeah, Brandy.
Right?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and just to be clear, the city like reached out to us to express an interest in making this sort of relationship, because they're getting comments about historic preservation and they don't know what to do. And they're looking around and saying, well, who does know what to do? And we're kind of the only entity around. So, I mean, Powell and Matisse have not,
Okay.
this is not an issue there. Yet, I mean, it's some, maybe, yeah, so. And the city of Cody used to have a historic preservation commission, but they just let it lapse. And now the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office in Cheyenne has, so it's sort of off their books. And the city could theoretically start another one, but it's kind of a bureaucratic mess. So again, they just look around in the county and see who's the guilty party that could help them, and that's us.
You guys are in place.
Madam Chair, Brian, have you already identified for like the city of Cody, which buildings in Cody would be historically prevalent, I guess? Do they know already which project or which buildings and how to proceed that way?
So it's an incredibly subjective thing to say what's historic, like everything is historical, right? I mean, the county courthouse is historical. It's not on the National Register because it's been altered too much. A lot of houses are historical. And we can't say that just because something is historical means that no one can ever touch it. The criteria that we all sort of go on is the National Register, which says something has to be 50 years old. There's a bunch of other stipulations and hurdles to jump over to say this is sort of worth protecting. And the city certainly knows, I hope, what buildings are on the National Register. We've talked to them about that. And they know what they can do with some of those buildings, like the Chamber building downtown. They're applying for grants for that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
We can answer it a little bit more. Utana is sitting in the background with the city of Cody and well aware of what the city of Cody has. Utana?
I am well aware of the preservation of the downtown areas. I have a list of historical buildings. Usually when they come in, and first off, it won't go through the planning and zoning department, it goes through our building department. And it will, they're the ones that issue the building permits for the demolition. So it goes nothing before a planning and zoning commission. Just to make that clear, because they don't, the planning does nothing with the historical part of that. So if somebody was to come into our department, they'd go to the building department, get a building permit or a demolition permit, and then the building official has the authority to sign off on it. So that's how it goes through the process in our department. When people do come in and we notice that it is on the historical preservation list, we do try to give them information out on that. And then they have a choice to meet with the preservation historic or district or their rights. So we do not just tell them they cannot tear it down. We try to give them information. I have a card from Robin that I've given out to people. Now it's their choice to go and do that. Our concern is when they give us a demolition permit, what's the time frame that we're allowing? Because usually with commercial and residential, we have 2 weeks for a review process. And there is a state statute legislation that if we don't give permits in a timely manner, we will be fined. So there's some fine lines there on some of that we have to look at. But the city's not opposed to that. And the only thing is we don't want more work in our department having to hold people up for one, but also in having to relay a bunch of information back and forth. We don't want to be the middle person in that. If we get a permit from them, we're gonna instruct them that they need to meet with the historic preservation district before we will issue that permit, and there will have to be some information given back to us, a letter or an email or something that is allowed. So that coming from the city standpoint, we're all on board for that. It's just, we need to know the timeframes and a reasonable timeframe. Because
Okay.
if you all work with people, it's, let's get it done now. I have something to do, so.
And maybe sometimes we wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
And that would not be any different than them being able to.
Than what they're doing right now.
One other thing is, there will have to be an ordinance change, is what the city attorney told us, so there will have to be 3 readings. And from the city council on approval of that.
To allow this process to go.
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
Could I add one more thing?
sure.
In the ordinances that the city of Cody has passed, in the last 6 months, they've also defined an architectural district, which was already, there was already a map for that, but now they've formally defined that. And I think in the city's way of thinking that architectural district, which is wider than the actual historic district, that would be something that they would be using, for planning, as well.
Commission, do you have any other questions or?
Madam Chair, I'm all in favor of having the county group coordinate with the city of Cody and helping them as an aid. You guys could provide the information for the city of Cody, and I think it's good to have resources. So I'm for it.
Not your motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, if I can paraphrase this a little bit.
I have the Park County Historic
Motion.
Preservation Commission cooperate with the
Okay.
city of Cody.
Okay,
Not just planning and zoning, but the city of Cody.
okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Carmen.
much.
Okay. We have one more funding request. Come on up, Charlie. Our next funding request, Charlie Jones, Manor House Food Pantry, special funding request. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, thank you for allowing me to speak for a few minutes, very short.
Yeah, okay.
I'm president of Manor House Food Pantry. And as most of you know, we're a nonprofit organization and we are all volunteers. So all the money that we do receive from either county or state or any goes directly to buying food. We have 24 volunteers. When we purchase, and I wanted to clarify with the thing that I sent you folks, if we purchase like a freezer or something because ours go down, we usually get grant money, either federal or state. So that covers all those kind of expenses.
Okay.
We do partner with Walmart, Albertsons, and Maverick. We get approximately 4,000 pounds of food per week from those folks. And also LDS once a year or twice a year, depending, gives us food also. Usually it's several pallets.
Okay.
The money we get, or the poundage we get from Walmart and Albertsons and Maverick is about 162,654 pounds a year. And this all gets distributed, nothing gets thrown away. Anything that would be bad, we get a hold of. We have a couple of farmers, we have a couple of ranchers, and we also have a dairy that will take some of the stuff. Last year, 24, we purchased $10,000 worth of food over the year. What that does is we buy a certain amount and we get a certain amount free.
Okay.
So we try to
Match type.
Right, we
Okay.
try to do the best we can with that.
Okay.
The numbers are increasing still. We serve about 160 families per week. That's families. Sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. In 2023, we had 483 families signed up. In 2024, we have 710 families signed up. And when I did this paperwork, we had 970 so far this year. Actually, we're all about 5 away from 1,000. That's signed up. Fortunately, they don't all come every week. I gave you 2 charts, and if there's any questions about those charts, it's real simple. It basically shows you how the increase is, how many people we serve as compared to how many families, and also the type of client. It's broken down by children, adults, and seniors. So it kind of gives you an idea of where this is going. Does anybody have any questions?
Madam Chair, just one, do you participate also in the hunger initiative?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We have tried everything we can come up with to get more funding, obviously. And last year, I should say, wasn't as good as the year before as far as fundraising. And we do get some grant money and some stuff, but not as much during COVID. COVID, we got a lot.
Okay. I don't think there's any other questions. I'm not sure you were here earlier, but as you know, the county budget's gonna go down
Oh, yes.
a little, like probably close to 2.5 million is what we know right now. We're also going to work through with all of our budgets, toward the end of June, 23, 24, 22, 23. I can't even remember, and I should keep looking that up. 23, 24. Once we get through those, we'll be able to make decisions.
Okay.
On what we have from everybody, so it'll be kind of toward the end of June, but that's the best we can do this year.
Absolutely. I understand. I mean,
Okay.
and federal money is drying
Oh,
up.
boy, we're finding
We've
that
got
out.
notice that
Yeah.
we're losing, Food
Right.
Bank of the Rockies, Food Bank of Wyoming. And all food banks are losing about 90%.
90%.
And it was like,
Yeah.
but we will deal with it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
Thank you for
Thank
coming in
you.
and
Sure.
thanks for waiting.
Mhm.
Kelly, do you want to get Bill to come in?
Close the door.
Just a little noisy. Thanks, Jennifer.
Sure, don't need to hear us. Or no. We don't need to hear the commission. Is that how it works?
You might not need to.
I was never so stunned this morning as to see the 4 regional supervisors in the top of the public health ill here.
Commissioners? Bill, if you come up, please. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
time for something new.
I don't blame you. We've appreciated it.
Thank you.
13 years with us. Okay.
I know, I don't know how long Liz worked here. How long did Liz work here? Is somebody here?
Nobody here.
Oh, Lily.
Yeah, Lily lives.
How long was Lily? Or Lindsay?
Well, she started out as a nurse when I started she was a nurse when I started in 88. And then she took over, went from Sister Marie. Probably 91, 92. So she was.
She's got me. She got me.
I think she was here when I was here.
How many years? 13 is a public health.
And 40 as a nurse.
4 years in.
Madam Chair, just, my first year, I never saw his face. Because
It's not like I didn't invite you.
we had all the masks on and all the
Oh,
rules.
yeah,
and everything
yeah.
else that we were going through, and he turned out to be one of the voices of reason during all the
Didn't know.
stuff that we're dealing with.
There's no sense.
And I was so happy that there was somebody with our health group that actually was making common sense.
So I was trying.
Yeah,
It was a joint effort.
so thank you for that.
You bet.
You helped us through every bit of that.
Yeah.
And Bill, haven't known you as commissioner for very long, but as in healthcare, I have your phone number.
Yeah.
So during COVID, between you and Dr. Bill and I think I just want to thank you on behalf of healthcare workers, because I think you guys were an amazing resource to us through an unprecedented time. So I know there's a lot of times I had to call you. What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah. I don't know. Let me look it up.
So congratulations. Oh, we can hide because it's not 6 feet of separation.
Thank God.
Thank you for your service. I will say,
6.5 years ago, you were one of the first departments that reached out to me and you know, healthcare is not my expertise, but you were always there to answer any questions. Yep. Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your cooperation, not only COVID, but in our, the old HVAC thing where we moved you out of the building and into the coroner's building of all places, but.
It was only.
Oh,
I would say that. It's a little bit forum.
We didn't make it work. We appreciate that. That was a lot of moving parts of that.
Yeah, it was crowded.
And a lot for the public and part, yeah. We really appreciate it. So we really- Does anybody else like to say anything? Jackie.
Hold
on.
So I'm Jackie Wells. I've been the privileged to be Bill's supervisor for the past 10 years. He's been a great asset to both Park County Public Health and the state. We're sad to see him go, but we're excited to see where his taking in the future.
I'm on down to 24
Yeah.
We'll show you all kinds of cool.
They're not gonna let you shoot it.
I should have had time.
But he's been a blessing to us. We're sad, but it's good.
And like I promised, I'm still available.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks to everybody, the regional supervisors, Melissa and Kim, Stephanie. That's my new employee back there, Brianna. Brandon is, well, that's Samantha. Brandon's right there.
Okay.
Mary.
Yeah.
Where'd Melissa go?
Right here.
She's
hiding behind the post.
Yeah.
Melissa's the state supervisor. So she's the one that sends out the contracts.
Thank you all for coming up today.
Yes, thank you. I'm really surprised.
And we really don't like these ceremonies when we skip some people.
Well, no. I'll be right.
Thank you.
I'm not going.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. There's something for you. Okay, first thing on our agenda this afternoon is Judge Bill Simpson, Fifth Judicial District Court, update on temporary location for the jury trial that we had a discussion on a couple months ago.
Yes, thank you. I just in view of what Commissioner Thiel said, I actually came here today to tell you I don't need money.
Cool.
And I saw Commissioner Simone a couple weeks ago outside and she asked about the case, and I'm sorry I didn't come in sooner, but that case has really taken a life of its own, but it's a commercial litigation case. I know we've discussed it, but we had several motions that we had to rule on. It took a considerable amount of time, but once those motions were ruled on, every party as defendant had filed one and we made a ruling, and it basically whittled down the case significantly. There were still a couple active parties in the case, but it really was a huge help to me when I could represent to them that the commissioners had made monies available to me to try the case regardless of whether we did it in the Park County District Courtroom or whether we did it in another location. And it was interesting because I think they thought that maybe that was a point of leverage where they could say, well, you're not going to be able to try this case in that courtroom, so you're going to have to travel elsewhere. And when they heard that, all of a sudden, they said, we're going to consolidate everything into an appeal, all the remaining and outstanding cases. We're going to take it up to the Supreme Court. I haven't even got the final order confirming appeal yet. So the trial date's been vacated. Case is basically stayed pending appeal, and it'll probably take 12 to 18 months before there's a resolution one way or another. So thank you, because it made a huge difference. And if I wouldn't have said that, I'm really convinced that we'd be heading to trial.
Still going. Wow.
So those monies are not necessary, but
you.
boy, it was much appreciated. And thanks again for hearing me out on that because it really made a
No
difference.
problem. We appreciate you.
And that's what I wanted to let you know. And that's all the good or bad news I had. So,
Oh, that's good news.
right.
Any money at this point is going to help us.
I understand. I understand. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate your help. Take care.
14,000, but not including miscellaneous. So cool. Okay, I'm sure she won't be in for a couple minutes. It's planning and zoning. Yeah, you bet. It won't last on the schedule. Yeah. Oh, I'm just hit. No, you're fine. No. Not time yet.
Yeah, well, I'll give. Some time.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna give you a little supplemental.
Oh, yep, that lot line.
There's the lot line and there's. Just wanna make sure you're comfortable fencing.
Okay. So the next thing on our agenda, Jenny Kramer and Erica from the Park County Planning and Zoning Office be discussing McMillan Simple Subdivision number 327 final plat review.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Nick McMillan submitted a final plat application to request approval of the final plat to divide an approximately 10.24 acre parcel into one 5.21 acre and one 5.03 acre lot for residential use. It's classified as a simple subdivision. The parcel is located approximately 2 miles northwest of Garland, 800 feet south-southwest of the intersection of County Lane 5 and Highway 114 on the east side of Highway 114 with an address of 11 McMillan Way in Powell. Neighboring land uses are exempt BOR lands to the north, residential to the west, residential vacant to the east, and ag lands to the south. Proposed lot 1 is developed with a residence, a shop, 2 septic systems, and an outbuilding. Proposed lot 2 is currently vacant land. However, a building permit for a residence and small wastewater system Permit to construct were issued in 2024. The proposed subdivision is in a GRP zoning district and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. A notice of intent to subdivide was published as required. Simple subdivisions are exempt from public hearing requirements. However, relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. MDU has natural gas service available by a 2-inch natural gas main line located in the YDOT right-of-way on the west side of Highway 114. The school district can provide bus service. Howell Clarksburg Conservation District identified 2 soil types on the property. The soil types are rated not limited to somewhat limited regarding dwellings without basements and not limited to very limited regarding dwellings with basements due to steep to soft bedrock. They are rated not limited to very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields. The limitations are due to depth to bedrock and slow water movement. Garden Light and Power currently serves proposed lot 1, and they have the capacity to serve lot 2. Shoshone Irrigation District has approved a water distribution plan. The fire district can provide fire suppression. They request all access points be constructed to accommodate their equipment. TCT can serve the subdivision depending on line of sight to one of their towers. NRWD stated service is in place for both lots. Post office can provide mail service. Park County Weed and Pest is not requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. The treasurer stated taxes are paid in full. YDOT has no concerns. The existing highway access is permitted and the proposed use meets the requirements of the access permit. Per their policy, a residential access may serve up to 9 residences. Wyoming Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Public Works reported the following. Legal access is from State Highway 114, direct frontage. Initially, access was proposed by a 40-foot wide access easement, which is also the location of the existing road McMillan Way. The 40-foot wide access easement does not meet the right-of-way width requirement as outlined in the county road standards, which is 60 feet. They noted that the proposed right-of-way, McMillan Way, also provides access to 3 separate family exempt parcels of land to the east of the proposed development. In total, the right-of-way and road will be serving 5 separate residential parcels. McMillan Way is a named roadway. Because the applicant applied for a road name in anticipation of the family exempt parcels and consideration for public works policy that any road serving 3 or more parcels must become a named roadway. The road has not been constructed in accordance with county road standards. Public Works would recommend that the proposed development be approved as presented with the understanding that future owners of lots 1 and 2 clearly understand that the family exempt parcels have full use of McMillan Way and do not have any responsibility of shared maintenance for the roadway. Secondly, it should be known that any future development of the proposed lots or the family exempt parcels should not be allowed without the improvements of the right-of-way and road to Park County Road and Bridge standards. When considering the possibility for future development, Public Works recommends the 40-foot right-of-way be extended to 60 feet as part of the current subdivision process. And I'll just note that you can see on the final plat, they have extended that to 60 feet now going across the lots.
The picture that you gave us, however, the road doesn't go clear to the 3 lots.
Yes, and that's just map server.
Okay,
Sorry.
just checking.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. On the plat though, it's
Okay.
clearly defined.
All right.
The existing residence on proposed lot 1 has an existing address of 11 McMillan Way. Any new structures, dwellings for the proposed lots may be addressed with submittal of a request for address from the Public Works. And they are not requiring a drainage and erosion control plan. No public comments have been received. At their regular meeting on February 19th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the subdivision with conditions. The sketch plan states the access road, McMillan Way, will be maintained by the individual lot owners over and across their lots to the adjacent lots as shown on the sketch plan. And here comes the pages that I gave to you to take a look at, because currently a perimeter fence exists around the parent parcel, which includes the family exempt parcels and the lots. So since that perimeter is fenced, the applicant did get consent from the adjacent family exempt parcel owner that fence, a perimeter fence for the subdivision, the two subdivision lots is not necessary. So we just wanted to make that clear and make sure that you're okay that you feel that meets the intent of the statute, the fencing statute.
Okay.
An affidavit of subdividers compliance, again, that's that's the document that we have recorded with the plat, and that's gonna state that there is a perimeter fence in place or that they've received consent from adjacent landowners that it's not necessary. So they have completed that and it will be recorded with the final plat. That was a condition from PZ. The applicant has placed the required notes regarding the permitting of water wells and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the final plat. The plat review committee reviewed the final plat and a corrected plat was submitted. Applicable final plat specifications have been met and supporting documents as specified by the regulations have been submitted. And a subdivision improvements agreement is not required unless if it's determined that a perimeter fence should be put up. So otherwise, a subdivision improvements agreement is not required. Based on the foregoing, if you choose to approve the final plat of McMillan SS-327, we recommend the following conditions. Number one, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number two, we're adding this condition regarding expirations. The approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition number three, the applicant shall submit a completed affidavit of subdividers compliance with Wyoming statute 18-5-319 to the planning and zoning department for recording with the final plat. Number four, the applicant in the presence of a member of the planning and zoning department staff shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number five, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 18-5-306.
Would you read condition 2 again, which does not appear in our file?
Yes. Yes, and this, we're just getting used to adding these into, so I apologize that we didn't catch that in time. So number 2 would read, if you're agreeable, the approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other question dealing with the road. I know on the plat, it shows it going through lot 2 and lot 1 to the edge of Chauncey Jacob McMillan's property. Is there any obligation to acknowledge the fact that the road doesn't hit Brandon Lee's or Chelsea's?
I believe it actually does, and I think there are easements to get them to that. It's just not shown on the final plat because
I
it's
know the
not
plat
within the
ends,
lots,
but I just
yeah.
didn't want to land
Yeah.
something behind there if we're
Mhm.
okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, good question.
Any other questions?
Chair, I have a question on the expiration. Is that, I don't recall that before. Have we implemented? Is this something?
So I
new?
think, yeah, and I think maybe you had all discussed it in a staff meeting, maybe that we were going to start implementing those. And
Refresh my
staff
memory then
reports.
as to why we're putting an expiration date.
I think just to notify people so that people are aware that there is an expiration date, so they don't just let them expire.
Right.
Yeah, more of a courtesy notice that they.
Have we had problems with people not filing? in the
Sometimes
timing?
people just kind of forget, and yeah, some people are in a hurry, want to get, most people want to get it done right away. And then other people, for whatever reason, or maybe they're waiting on, I think the last one we had was waiting on, that was sketch plan, I guess, that was gonna expire. But they were waiting on information from the state engineer's office or an okay, and the time had lapsed, so we got an extension and.
Okay. So
Nobody
you
was
foresee
aware of it.
Putting this on most of them now as we move
So
forward.
that
Final
is,
thoughts.
that's what we were told is to
I
put
guess
them on.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure what condition it is on your paper, but the one about having to, in the presence of a member of planning and zoning. That
Number 3.
basically seals the deal right there for MRIs. It's two different things.
Oh, that is two different things. So that would be new number 4.
They can't do that though without doing the prior. Am I wrong?
That's, yeah, so it's just, the expiration note is just kind of a trigger to remind them that they need to get this done within 18 months in this case. But then, the other condition you're referencing is just stating that, they need to set something up with us so that we can all go down
Because they
together.
can't sell a lot until they get this done.
Exactly.
And I guess that's where I'm meaning they can subdivide it and sit on it, I guess.
Well, if that's
without-
what
They
they're saying, they
can.
can't really sit
Yeah.
on it more than 18 months.
Right, so if it expires, they would have to go through this whole process again. Yeah, start
Good
to finish,
reminder.
so,
Sure, it's just something.
yeah.
It's new. Any other questions, concerns? This is not a public hearing, so I would ask the board's desire on this one.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the McMillan subdivision 327 final plat review with the 5 staff recommendation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the McMillan simple sub number 327, inclusive of the 5 stated conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh,
That's
resolution
okay.
number.
We're still ahead of schedule. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Found it. Hurry up. Good job.
Oh, she is.
Oh, she is. Oh, okay. Come on up then. Okay, we won't sit here and wait for her then.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Jackie Wells. I'm the regional nurse supervisor. So I supervise Park County, Bighorn County, Washakie County, Hot Springs, and Carbon County. Kind of have a candy cane.
Wow. Really
Yeah,
big.
it's quite the area, but I've been supervising the public health nursing office here for 10 years now. And it's been a great pleasure. One of the things we're facing is we have a county grant nurse over in our Pell office, and she gets paid from the Maternal Child Health and TANF grant. And during this last couple months, Bill has been shorthanded. He's had, he was down 2 nurses in Cody, and then he had, a lot of shifting around. So he actually increased her hours a little bit, which drained the grant. But because of the fact that we've been down 2 state nurses on and off all year, our PHN salary budget has quite excess in there because he hasn't been able to utilize it. So what we're hoping to do is use some of that portion to get her through the June 30th mark. Just basically to cover her until then. She'll go back to her regular hours starting July 1. But we want to be able to keep her until June 30th. And so it's mostly just to let you guys know that we're going to use the PHN salary budget that we use for the state nurses to cover for that grant position until the end of the year, if that's okay with you. I don't think we need an official vote or anything. It's in the budget, but we wanted to make sure you guys were aware that we were going to do that.
We appreciate the heads up and
Yeah.
you're right. There is nothing official because you're not changing the bottom line on the budget. You have the
Yeah.
funding there, so we're okay
Yeah.
with that, but appreciate the notice of what's happening.
Yep, so that's basically what I wanted to let you guys know.
Okay.
Also, I am hoping to, I'll get with Kelly on some actual dates, but I'm coming at the end of the month. I'm hoping to have some applicants for the nurse manager position. And I'm hoping we can interview and, we won't be able to replace Phil, obviously, but we will be able to hopefully get
Times
somebody
change.
in and, yep, and, keep the ball rolling.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have the 2 new nurses you got to meet this morning and they've already hit the ground running. They're doing amazing. So we're training them up and then we have our PAL staff as well to help support them. So they're going to be going back and forth for a while to get some training. And I'll be coming up and helping these guys along as well. So if you have any questions, Bill shared me, because you're my liaison, correct? Yeah, he shared your contact info with me. So if you guys ever have questions or any concerns, I'd love to hear from you. So
Okay.
do you guys have any questions for me?
You're okay with that schedule toward the end of the month?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the 28th or 29th right now. Okay,
Cool.
all right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks
thank you
for the
guys.
update.
Yep, have a good day.
Thank you. Her name? Jackie Wells.
Jackie Wells.
Jackie. Clock's a little bit behind the computer, so we'll go ahead and get started. The next thing on our agenda, Joy Hill with Park County Planning and Zoning Director. This is a public hearing on Wyoming Riverwalk Investment LLC floodplain permit number 2-25.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Madam Chair, I have the application of John Sourwine on behalf of Wyoming Riverwalk Investment LLC. The application was received on March 31st of 2025. We have a warranty deed confirming ownership to John and Gina Sourwine as husband and wife, tenants by the entirety to Wyoming Riverwalk Investment. The project overview, the applicant requests approval for fill placed in the floodplain under previous ownership, in addition to obtaining permission to construct a new water collection system / pipeline. The regulations that apply are the 2015 Park County Development Standards and Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 5A. The site is located approximately 700 feet west of the city of Cody boundary. The location of the proposed water collection system is at the river's edge. Latitude and longitude are provided. This is within lot 76C and B in tract 52 north, range 102 west. Existing development on the property includes a residence and accessory structures, and recently an unpermitted mining operation was developed on the property. Site topography is shown in figure 2. There's an approximately 100-foot drop in elevation from the north edge of the property to the river's edge. Madam Chair, neighboring uses include mostly Bureau of Reclamation lands, some residential vacant lands, and a little bit of commercial. A general description of the water collection system project, which is a summary of the applicant's statements. The applicant plans to install a non-exposed water collection system into the Shoshone River to appropriate the water as set out in the application for permit to appropriate surface water. And that's permit number 36701, issued by the Office of the State Engineer. The design will be similar to a vertical drilled well, but the casing will be installed along a slope to the river in a trench constructed by an excavator. Note, the applicant had stated in a conversation with staff that the trench will be 6 feet deep. It is unclear how wide the trench will be. The trench will begin at a point approximately 20 feet into the river channel, extend 120 feet through the floodplain, and continue on to the top of the slope. Again, note, staff does not have the total distance of the pipeline indicated in the application. The casing will be 6-inch Schedule 40 PVC pipe. The riverbed casing will be perforated. Once constructed, a submersible pump, wiring, and outlet pipe will be lowered down the casing, and the pump will rest under the riverbed unexposed. Pump maintenance will be managed from the top of the slope without requiring access to the river. All excavated material, including riverbed material, will be returned to its original elevation, lightly graded and compacted to reduce soil migration. A map showing floodplain analysis is in figure 4, and a project site plan is shown in figure 5 in the staff report. Staff indicates it is unclear if how the 7.5 horsepower pump that is specified in the permit documentation will be anchored to prevent it from being dislodged during a high flow event. It is also unclear how the electrical components needed for the project will be protected or secured from water infiltration and potential washout. Madam Chair, the second point on this permit application is the after-the-fact fill. The applicant's project description materials indicate he is seeking a permit for the after-the-fact fill prior to ownership. The applicant has not provided specifics on the type, location, or volume of fill, or other specifics on the placement of the fill for which the permit is being requested. On or about early April of 2021, the county was notified of road development activity on this property. Subsequently, I and the county engineer visited the property with Mr. Sourwine and walked down the road that was excavated into the slope. Staff witnessed falling rocks and unstable conditions resulting from the gravelly nature of the slope. There are photos in this staff report just to give you some views of that road. It was evident on site and in aerial photographs from 2020 and 2023 that fill had been displaced downslope and into the river, disrupting the natural face of the slope and removing or covering vegetation. You can see that in figures 6 and 7. The fresh material on the slope is susceptible to erosion and being washed downstream during high flow events. Also, I'd like to reference a violation notice that was sent to the applicant on September 27th of 2024, which addressed more recent activity related to this matter. And Madam Chair, that was moving more fill downslope along the road. Notice of public hearing was placed in the Cody Enterprise as required. Neighbor notices were sent on April 17th to all landowners within 660 feet of the property. Agency notices were sent on April 16th. I have responses as follows. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers had confirmed in a letter dated August 22nd, 2024 to the applicant that they are aware of the construction of a road from the property to the Shoshone River. Given the location of the road and the work that took place, it appears the work would fit under Nationwide Permit 14 and no pre-construction notification was required. Juliana Santarelli is the assigned contact from the Corps, and they gave us a reference file. In an email from March 28th of 2025, Juliana Santarelli with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers stated that after reading through what was provided to her by the applicant, it doesn't appear that there will be any discharge of dredge or fill material into the river. Given the applicant is essentially boring under the riverbed and placing the piping and pump within perforated pipe, if there's no discharge or placement of fill into the river, then no permit is needed from the Corps. In a phone conversation on April 17th of 2025, Jared Despain from the State Engineer's Office explained to me that there are water rights on the property that are incomplete. He indicated that after issuance of a permit, the permittee is given time to construct the system and use it. At that time, the SEO will then inspect the installation to ensure beneficial use. He added that there may be a requirement for one or more permits related to the proposed pond, which be at the surface of the property to be served by this pipeline. On April 18th, DEQ provided information for permitting requirements associated with the discharge of dredged or fill material, stormwater, or other pollutants into surface water. On April 18th, also, the National Flood Insurance Program State Coordinator stated that a floodplain development permit is required for this activity. He noted that the proposed installation of piping and pump do not alter the floodplain, as once complete, the impacts are negligible and or restored to the original condition. April 24th, Wyoming Game and Fish stated they have no terrestrial wildlife comments regarding this project. On the 29th of April, Game and Fish noted they have a water right filing in the Shoshone River below Buffalo Bill Dam that is in effect from October through April with a priority date of 1991. Therefore, they hold a senior right to the applicant's water right. Although this specific proposal is unlikely to significantly impact the existing in-stream flow, they wish to emphasize that cumulative withdrawals from this and other future junior water rights could theoretically pose a risk to the in-stream flow right over time. They seek assurance that the in-stream flow right will not be negatively affected by withdrawals for irrigation or commercial purposes. They also noted they will communicate the same comments to the State Engineer's Office, who is the authority for water rights. On April 30th, the Park County Treasurer stated that the 2023 taxes and 2024 taxes have not been paid for the property. May 2nd, Park County Weed and Pest stated there are considerable amounts of annual nuisance weeds on the property, and she is working with the applicant on a plan to address those weed issues. The county engineer has responded since the time of the staff report. You did receive his letter by email. I will simply summarize his conclusions and recommendations for the record. Brian Edwards indicated that it is clear that past activities have weakened the stability of the slope and likely resulted in a net increase in fill material within the river channel and the adjacent floodplain. Since the reference permit application attempts to permit the past unauthorized work in the floodplain, additional information is warranted. Specifically, additional information is needed to determine how the flood carrying capacity and base flood elevations were altered, if at all. Specifically, it is recommended that a statement be provided by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer providing the following. An estimate of the net increase in fill material that was added to the river channel and adjacent floodplain shall be provided. Based on this estimate, the engineer shall provide his or her professional opinion as to whether or not the base flood elevations were adversely altered to a degree that could potentially impact upstream or downstream properties. B, the engineer shall evaluate the relative stability of the adjacent riverbank and slope to assess impacts of past and proposed site activities as it relates to the river channel and associated floodplain, specifically the potential for catastrophic slope or bank failure causing changes to the flood carrying capacity of the river should be addressed. Admittedly, much of the steep channel along this stretch of river is extreme and prone to sloughing naturally. The engineer should assess whether the past and proposed activities further amplify the potential for catastrophic failure. Engineers should note any practical mitigation recommendations if warranted. Number 2, it's recommended that the water collection system components and installation procedures within the floodplain be designed and certified by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. It is also recommended that the engineer review and certify that the system is installed as designed. If bedding material for the riser pipe needs to be imported, any excess material excavated from the trenches shall be placed outside the floodplain in a stable area. Number 3, it is understood that the riser pump and components will be under the riverbed. However, with the potential for erosion and hydraulic connectivity with the river itself, proper electrical installation, including provisions for ground fault protection, are recommended. Since the pump system is under a waterway that is regularly used for recreational purposes by the public, a licensed electrician shall oversee the installation of the electrical components of the system. Finally, Madam Chair, Brian mentioned the permit from the state engineer's office having been expired. Mr. Sauerwein just handed me an email from Sandy Lorenz at the state engineer's office from November 26th of 2024, informing Mr. Sauerwein that his request for an extension of time has been reviewed, and they did grant an extension through December 31st of 2025 on permit number 36701. Madam Chair, since the time of the staff report, I also received a response from the fire marshal. As you are aware from the staff report, the LUC that this is in requires fire marshal approval for any land use activity. The fire marshal stated that he is not opposed to this particular activity. Let's see. I think that covers all of the latest ones there. Okay, public comments. So, Madam Chair, as you know, we originally received one comment via email, and since that time, I've received 7 more. I have summarized the original concerns. I'm just going to summarize the latest concerns. I did just receive another comment in opposition to this at 1:37 p.m. I did forward that to you via email, but I will summarize basically everyone kind of had the same concern. So generally, danger to river users, instability of the slope and the potential for landslides and rock falls, lack of project details, no engineered design, legacy of pollution, system failure and negligence, history of not getting permits, and also the land is for sale, and concerns about the pond seepage at the top of the property, the pond that's to be fed by this water system, potentially weakening the slope on this property. The complaint or the opposition notes that I just received were from the Wyoming River Trips business. Miss Elise Guarino, I apologize if I mingled that name. Her primary concerns are that this river is a jewel of the community. It is used daily by community members. Obviously, it supports her business and her livelihood. She wanted to point out the loopholes being utilized thus far to make the gravel mine and excuse inexcusable behavior that would not fly for most people. She would like to know why this type of activity is allowed. She would like to understand why one man's desire to make money from an investment is seemingly more important or valued than the experience and future experience and enjoyment of thousands of people using the river. She wonders about pumping water from the area affecting downstream flow. How it impacts wildlife and plant life. She also wonders if the county commissioners have the expertise to comment on these types of issues. She doesn't know. She apologizes if you do have the expertise. She addressed again appropriate bank stabilization, hazard mitigation and engineering of such a project, the gravel mine and runoff engineering, environmental hazards and long-term impact, long-term erosional patterns and river corridor changing, downstream effects over time, and economic impact of loss of this community resource. So that's just in a nutshell, a big nutshell, some of her complaints or concerns. Madam Chair, as you know, there are standards of evaluation that allow you to approve or deny a permit. I will read these factors quickly. Number one, danger to life and property due to flooding or erosion damage. The applicant states no danger to life or property will occur due to flooding or erosion. All casing will be buried and non-exposed to the elements. Staff adds a note, there is a potential for increased instability of the slope resulting from the proposed construction activities, which could result in rock slide or landslide activity and the potential for danger to life or property. Number two, the susceptibility of the proposed facility and its contents to flood damage and the effect of such damage on the owner. The applicant responds the buried casing will not be susceptible to flood damage. Owner will manage as a surface well. Staff indicates the water system components within the floodplain are susceptible to flood damage. However, the applicant can take steps to prevent damage. Number three, the danger that materials may be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. Applicant states no possibility of any material being swept onto other lands that could injure anyone. Staff notes there is a possibility of system components being swept away during times of flooding. Those materials, if dislodged, could be swept onto other lands to the injury of others. The applicant can take steps to prevent dislodgement of the system components. Next, the compatibility of the proposed use with the existing and anticipated development. The applicant states the project will not impact any existing use or anticipated development. It will be positive result to the owner by providing surface water. Number five, the safety of access to property in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. The applicant states year-round access can be provided, but is not necessary because it will be managed from the top of the slope. Number six, the cost of providing governmental services during and after flood conditions, including maintenance and repair of streets, bridges, and public utilities and facilities. The applicant states no costs incurred or need for any governmental services during any case of flooding. Number seven, the expected heights, velocity, duration, rate of rise of sedimentation of floodwaters. The applicant responds very little excavation will occur in the flood zone. Compaction and nature of non-exposure to elements will not increase any sedimentation in the river. Staff notes construction activities may loosen or dislodge material and vegetation from the slope, which may increase the risk of sedimentation. Number eight, the necessity of the facility for a waterfront location. Applicant responds the location is 100% necessary to appropriating the surface water provided for in state permit for beneficial use. Number nine, the availability of alternative locations not subject to flooding or erosion damage. The applicant responds no alternative for providing surface water as safe and efficient for beneficial use is available. Staff notes there is an existing well on the property which serves water to the residents. Presumably a well outside of the floodplain could be installed to serve the purpose of obtaining water to serve the proposed pond. Number 10, the relationship of the proposed use to the land use plan. Applicant states the proposed use fits the land use plan and specific zoning of the property. Staff adds the 2024 Park County Land Use Plan identifies special flood hazard areas and recommends enforcement of National Flood Insurance Program floodplain management regulations as required. Regulation and enforcement of existing laws on the floodplain are met with this permit. The county's review is intended to balance impact on the property, human need, and environmental protection. And finally, certification from an engineer is required where alteration or relocation of a watercourse is proposed. Applicant states no alteration or relocation of a watercourse is proposed. Madam Chair, staff provides recommended conditions should you choose to approve this permit. I will read them. At the time of writing, I did not have Brian Edwards's recommended conditions, so I will read those into the record for your consideration as well. Number one, this floodplain permit, the floodplain development permit applies only to the installation of a non-exposed water collection system into the Shoshone River on a property addressed as 4821 West Yellowstone Avenue, Cody, Wyoming. The water collection system shall be designed and installed according to the plans provided by the applicant for this project, beginning at a 7.5 horsepower submerged pump at a point approximately 20 feet into the river channel, with an attached pipeline and electrical components extending approximately 123 feet through the floodplain and continuing upslope to the highway level of the property and a trench within an existing road. Number two, all system components within the floodplain shall be properly armored and anchored to prevent damage or dislodgement. Number three, the applicant shall provide written evidence from a professional electrician stating that all electrical facilities that have been placed or will be placed within the floodplain as approved by this permit are designed in a manner that will not allow the utilities to be inundated by floodwaters. Number four, earthwork activities should be controlled to ensure that excess earth and material is not placed within the flood limits in any manner that would result in a net decrease in flood carrying capacity. Number five, approval of this floodplain development permit shall expire 1 year after issuance unless the permitted activity has been substantially begun and is thereafter pursued to completion. The planning director may extend the date of expiration up to 6 additional months for good cause shown. Extension requests must be submitted to the planning director prior to the date of expiration of the permit. Number 6, county personnel may conduct site visits during or following the completion of construction. Number 7, the applicant shall notify the floodplain administrator when project work is complete and provide photographs of pre- and post-construction conditions. Number 8, any changes to the proposed project or development in the floodplain that are not expressly addressed by this permit shall require a separate floodplain development permit. Number 9, as required by the terms of approval of the LUC, that is the zoning for the property, the applicant was supposed to provide evidence from the fire marshal. That has been fulfilled, so I'll remove that condition. Before I get to number 10, Brian Edwards had some recommendations, which we're providing to you as recommended conditions. Prior to commencing construction of the water collection pipeline system, the applicant shall provide design plans and certification by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer for review by the county engineer to demonstrate the following. 1, an estimate of the net increase in fill material that was added to the river channel and adjacent floodplain. And based on this estimate, the engineer shall provide his or her professional opinion as to whether or not the base flood elevations were adversely altered to a degree that could impact upstream or downstream properties. Number 2, evaluation of the relative stability of the adjacent riverbank and slope to assess impacts of past and proposed site activities as relates to the river channel and associated floodplain. Number 3, systems design to include water collection system components and installation procedures within the floodplain and certification the system is installed as designed. And Madam Chair, this particular condition would basically apply to that fill request for the after the fact fill. That's in particular where that's coming from, and we can clarify that with Brian. And Brian had provided a licensed electrician overseeing the installation. That is very similar to the proposed condition that we had, number 3.
Great.
Yeah, so number 3 and Brian's recommendation that a licensed electrician shall oversee the installation are very similar. Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Commissioners have any questions at this time?
Madam Chair, one of the statements comes from the Game and Fish asking for assurance that the in-stream flow right will not be negatively affected by withdrawals for irrigation and commercial purposes. Who gives them the assurance?
Madam Chair, I would say that that's not our purview. That's under the state engineer's office.
That would be the engineer's office.
Correct.
Me? Or you want to start?
Okay. Did you have anything?
I got stuff later, but.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so I would ask if there's anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this. I would ask if you're going to speak, if you'll come forward to the microphones, please, and identify yourself for the record. So whoever would like to start.
I'm John Sauerwein.
And I am gonna have to limit everybody to about 2 minutes because we're.
I'm not gonna be very long here. I just wanted to just give a little bit of background on this project. I've been trying to figure out exactly how to go about this since 91, since we applied for the water permit. And that's why we've gotten extensions every year. Let me say something. Anyway, so I put a lot of thought into it and I understand the situation. I really, I totally understand the idea of the kayakers and the people who use the river. And I want everybody to understand that I have no intention or desire. I mean, there's no reason for me to stop their use, to bother it, to obstruct it in any manner. And so in not making something that's obstructive to them and something that's ugly for them to, look at when they're floating down the river, I really have put a lot of thought into this. And ordinarily everybody uses the river, but they use big pump systems and they put a big pump next to the side of the river and it sits there and you have to maintain it all the time. And so it'd be a big, huge, electric pump that they're all over the North Fork. And so I wanted to do something different. And I found a design that was designed up in Iron Mountain Sportsman's Club over by Wheatland. And John Jeffers, the owner of the ranch, and I sat down, we started talking about it. And he says, this is the best way to do it. It's brilliant. He says that no matter what happens, you don't have to worry about it. You have a system on the actual, when you run this, the reason there's a 6-inch casing is because all the equipment will be a 4-inch pump, just like any surface well. Everybody here has probably installed submersible well
pumps. And so you take the well pump and I'll attach a 2-inch poly pipe to it, and I'll attach an 8-inch ADOG wire and, waterproof it and run it down through the thing, and it goes down through the water line without any water in it. And so the way the system's designed, so you can pressurize the 6-inch around the 4-inch equipment, and the water goes back down, the same water you're pumping out of the river, and it cleans out all your perforations. And so if you ever have any slow movement and stuff in your system, all you do is run that water right back through around your 4-inch equipment, and it goes right back down, push out the perforations, and you keep on going again. So the design itself allows what Brian Edwards had mentioned, is that the problem with sliding the pump down that far at that angle, because it goes down without any water in it, so it floats. The actual poly pipe itself is a flotation device, and you put it down there. Pulling is never a problem. And so what I wanted to do is provide a system that was not only not going to obstruct anything in the river, it's not going to be affected by if something does fall down, like that big rock that's in the river. And so if anything moves on the slopes or anything else, it doesn't affect anything that I'm doing. I don't have to go down there and fix anything and do anything at all. What I've focused on is a really de minimis impact. And that's what the same thing is, that the fill that was moved in the river before my ownership, I was requesting a permit simply to restart the whole thing, to say, okay, this is the way it is. So I spent $30,000 with the engineering associates. We surveyed the whole thing after it was done when I took over. And so everything's been designated and the map has been set. I think we're about ready to get the final approval on the new Loma map, which is the new floodplain design on that property. And so it will state exactly the fill, and everything that is at this point has been put into the river. The Corps of Engineers has been on the site twice, DEQ once, and everybody has said anything that's happened so far is de minimis. It doesn't affect any water flow in the river at all. And I know I'm in a hurry because you want me to hurry. So I also want, and really, if you look at this design, it is not only recreationist friendly, but this leaves nothing that you can see. And so the part that we disturbed, which is in the flood zone, is a pretty wide area. And so what we're going to do is, when we go into the river, is we're going to use a 1-inch bucket, and we're going to try to keep the trench as small as possible. But everybody knows when you dig in a river rock, sometimes it gets bigger than you want it to get.
1 inch, 1 foot.
1 foot.
Okay.
That's what I thought. That's sorry. And we started digging, and so we move our way up through the flood area itself. It's actually got a whole lot of space and everything involved in there. And so the road that exists, no material, even in all the approvals that I talked to with DEQ and the Corps, the regulations that they required me to follow don't allow me to put any fill over the road or anything else under my permit. I basically am saying that I'm going to dig very carefully. I'm going to dig as small a trench as possible. I'm going to put the natural rock. I'm not going to haul in any bedding or fill. There's plenty of fill in that area. I'm going to bed it properly. I'm using 10-foot rigid PVC Schedule 40 pipe. And the reason I'm doing that is because you're only allowed about a 3% variation in your joints if you had a 4-inch pipe. And so what I'm trying to do is make a perfectly straight pipe. And so we won't have any problem with that pump to slide down and pump to slide out, or our water to go around to clean out the perforations. That way, you do this one time and forever, as long as the property exists and things are going on top up there, it'll be fine. It'll be very well maintained, and you won't have to go down the river to do it, and nobody will see it. It won't affect any recreationalists.
Okay, we are at your time limit. At this
Okay,
point.
and I'm going to say one more thing, is that this water permit is not associated or has anything to do with the pond structure or that gravel pit up top. I'm sure that that's going to be re-examined, but I'm not here to, I'm not even saying that a pond's ever going to be built at this point. But this water system has nothing to do with what Tony did with the gravel pit or a pond idea. The pond may never exist. If I wanted a pond, I still have to go through a whole bunch of more steps with the state to get allocation of those reservoir permits.
That might come up later, but okay. All right, thank you. Someone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Thanks, Madam Chair and the board. My name's Andy Quick, President of Wild West Paddle Club, owner of Gradient Mountain Sports here in Cody. Avid user of that section of the river. We have noticed that the applicant, since he installed the road that went down through the side of the canyon a few years back, we have witnessed a substantial amount of erosion, both due to that and as he implied earlier, there is now a massive boulder that I would say is the size of this room that has landed in the river right on the corner, sort of the apex. And given the applicant's history of doing things without prior permitting until he's informed of it, I guess I'll believe it when I see it. But I am pleased to hear that he has given some thought into the way that the infiltration gallery and the way that this would be run as a well. And he did say many times just now that he would have no reason to go down there. I am against it just because I do think the infiltration gallery is ultimately a bad idea long-term because it will plug up. But if he's assured that that is the case and you do in fact grant him the opportunity to do this, I would like to see the road be remediated back to its natural slope, as there will be no more use for a road down there. And in addition, whenever he's doing that in the process of installing the pipe and remediating the road, to use all erosion control measures at his disposal. So boom, silt fence, that kind of stuff. We have noticed a massive apron of material that has come down into the river as a result. Prior projects to get water to the rim by the former owner were abandoned, as were all the materials and pipe and pump down along the river, which then fell down into the river. And myself and other folks have spent the last 20 years cleaning that up. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys for your time. My name's Alex Benjamin. I'm a Whitewater River user and also a citizen of Cody. I'm not super well versed exactly on the geology of the area, but I do go through that stretch almost daily, if I can, which is a big part of why I love living here. And yeah, it's a pretty unstable bank for most part. There's a lot of things coming down all the time. So to me, it just seems a little bit unlikely, especially if there hasn't been a really thorough review from engineers, that this isn't going to have an impact where material ends up in the river, and that it wouldn't have an erosive impact. Another concern is just the risk this project poses versus, yeah, I don't totally understand why it's being requested or why it's needed by the applicant, but the risk that it poses to the river and the number of people who use the river and the number of people the river brings into Cody, both from like tourism, people who don't ever use the river themselves, but just want to come to Cody because it's beautiful. The Wild West Paddle Fest happens every year here, and that brings in quite a few paddlers from all around the region. So I do think that the river as it is poses a pretty good economical advantage for the city and for our community. And I just think the risks are greater than what the reward would be to this one applicant versus the benefit that it gives to so many other users.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak to this issue?
Hi, Elise Guarino, Wyoming River Trips. Is that loud enough?
A little bit more.
Little louder. Elise Guarino, Wyoming River Trips. I think that's part of why I'm opposed to the project, is it is unclear to me why this is the best way to get water to the property. And if it isn't going to be used for the pond or the gravel mine, it seems like an exorbitant cost. Just thinking about what it takes to get equipment down there and what it will take to just the cost of talking to engineers to design it correctly and then drill into the riverbed it seems like a well might be less expensive. And if the proposed use is not for some sort of huge industrial use, why is this the best option? And when I was reading about beneficial use, it does include activities like recreation and environmental protection. And the purpose must be used for a purpose that is useful and beneficial, not simply wasted or diverted unnecessarily. And so I asked you to consider if this is an unnecessary diversion of the river.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any additional public comments? One more time. Any additional public comments?
Madam Chair, move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. Let me check. Jackie, I know you guys are next. Do you have a few minutes that we can continue this? Or can you give us like 10 minutes or do?
We have to be back at 3.
Okay, we should be all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I neglected to read the final condition that was recommended. I apologize. It's a typical condition of the applicant shall otherwise comply with the Park County, Wyoming 2015 development standards and regulations and any applicable state or federal laws.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioners.
Madam Chair, I'll start if I may. I understand, John, that this is your personal property. And I'm a personal property rights guy, so I support your rights to do what you want to do. But I want to give an example and then something that I'm bothered with what could go on here. I'll start with a very well-known expensive house out on Hart Mountain. It was very highly engineered on the side of a mountain. And when the gentleman started pumping water to all those trees, the hillside slid down and he had to spend $400,000 to stabilize that hill. And he had the money to do that. So I'm looking at the map server, the map of the area right now, and I see this big rock that I know it was not there before. Would you agree that came off of your property? It didn't?
Came off the other side.
Okay. We'll say it went off the other side. But if your plan is to put a bunch of water up here.
But I'd like to clarify for you, is that you guys are talking again about this pond idea.
Well, no, I'm not talking about pond, but the purpose of this is to what?
For use for houses and
Okay.
for any building we do other,
Okay.
right, other business there. The actual permit allows for domestic stock use.
Sure.
Irrigating and for work use.
Okay, so here's one of my issues with this. As I look at the pictures we were provided with, let's for instance say that a massive chunk of that hill slid off with all this water. Okay, let's just for say. We're all familiar with Hebden Lake up in Montana, back when the earthquake and it plugged up, made a lake. So I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but when you've got a water treatment facility just right above your property that's right on the river, my concern is if it dammed up enough, how much would it damage that facility or make it impassable? And that's
Explain that again to the.
so if something were, let's say a massive part of that hillside did slide off, let's just say it is. You got just what, 300 yards above your property is a water treatment facility that sits right on the river with the bridge going to it. And is there a chance, and you wouldn't know this and I wouldn't know this until it happened, but that's life safety to me.
Well, if you look at like the siphon, the siphon is all the structure of the siphon, is right on the edge of the cliff.
Sure.
When you go down into that area, that ground is not, I mean, on the very top surface, it's about 25 feet deep. You have some areas of river rock,
Right.
sand. All the rest of that ground is, they call it
Well,
commemoration, but it's like asphalt.
sure. I guess I'm not clarifying what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to take the siphon out. What I'm saying is if it dams that river right there and puts enough fill in there, is that electrical facility gonna be accessible? We don't know. It easily could be not. And so now we're talking electricity, we're talking public utility, public services that possibly could be affected by this.
What do you mean if the whole property slid into the river?
I'm not saying the whole thing. If a big chunk, it could dam it up to where it could impact, because I've been down there enough to know how low that is. If you look at the river during high water, and there's a chance it could impact and hurt that and cause damage to that facility.
Well,
Not to siphon.
And naturally, yes, these things come off, but again, like if you look at the aerial view, there's a long ways between the top of that bluff. That's why a long time ago, the Board of Commissioners said that there should be no building within 50 feet of the edge of the cliff, because they were doing that buffer zone. But if you look at the aerial between the cliff and the river, it's a huge, it's a lot of feet. If you lost a big chunk in most of those areas, it would never even reach it.
Madam Chair, I think the public hearing is closed.
Yes.
I think that he's
Yeah.
had a chance to speak. So, that's my 2 cents on the whole thing.
Madam Chair, I have a question. And I don't know if it can be answered, maybe Joy or maybe John, if I know public hearing's closed, but with regards to the road that was there, I don't know if the road required a permit. That was not clear to me before it was built, and and I know sounds like it was from the previous owner, put in by the previous owner. But is the trench and the pipe already placed? Have you already dug the trench down the road, placed the pipe to get down to it? No?
I've done none. My dad built the road, and county required a permit, which is the flood zone permit, which he did not get. And the Corps of Engineers, the DEQ did not require a permit. He said that what was done was de minimis and didn't affect anything. It did require a permit. And in the letter that Joyce sent me, she asked me if I would include a restart, which basically an approval of what was already been done by a previous owner, so it wouldn't be an issue anymore. It
So-
still had nothing to do with me.
So there is no pipe installed currently in
No
that
pipe.
road. It's interesting.
I have not done any.
Okay, so the Army Corps of Engineers is aware, because when I look at this picture, the aerial photo, the project site from 2020 to the aerial photo from 2023, it's clear that that has been disturbed by the road. It's obvious to me. So they're aware of that, and they went forward and said they just said that
They
was.
just looked at it recently and they sent in a letter saying that everything is done there is just so small, they didn't care about it.
Yes, sir.
A quick question, John, then, one of the biggest concerns seems to be is afterwards erosion possibility. So is your plan to, if it's in there, I missed it, the road, the pipe will be laid in the road surface and put up, and then will the road then be put back to natural?
I have that question too.
No, but what's gonna be happening is that when you dig the trench and after you put the pipeline in, everything that I've done from the river all the way to the top of the hill, I added in my permit that would be extra compact, so it would be actually harder, less vulnerable to erosion when I'm done than it is the free.
But the road will continue to exist afterwards.
It will, yes.
I guess my next question, this is pretty tough because I have waterways through my property as well. And you own the bottom of the river too, on both sides. I get all that. And the design of your thing, whether it'll work or not, I minimizing the disturbance for the water users is a concern. Would you be opposed to engineering putting some type of certification for erosion control? Other than just your word, could it be designed?
It's in the DEQ regulations for what they're allowing me to do under the 401 permits, the DEQ 24 column. All those standards are required, and that requires all that.
So the condition that is proposed being added by our engineer
Already been done by DEQ.
would be followed. Okay.
What's the certification on those? Are you certifying it yourself or is there an engineer
Once
that certifies?
it's done, they will look at the project. They'll say that I followed all different guidelines. So fine. But you still have to, they don't want to have to deal with all these little projects around the state. But they say, these are your guidelines you have to follow. You can't put any more stuff in the river. You can't do this. You can't do the turbidity. all these different standards. Now, they'll come and they're allowed to inspect, I'll notify them when we do the project. Then afterwards, they'll look at it, and if you do anything wrong, or if they're watching you while you're doing it, then they'll stop giving a fine. So I'm restricted by those, just like I would be with any other restriction.
But are the precautions being done by a professional engineer or you?
It's done by the state.
Done by the state, and they have to approve these precautions before you permit it.
They have approved them with these regulations require me to follow the process. Means that I can't put fill into the river during the project.
I'm not worried about fill I'm worried about reestablishing vegetation like silt fences and reestablishing vegetation after the facts too, so that if we get an inch of rainfall, which could happen, that it doesn't find that trench and cut it all the way down.
It's required in my permit that Joy is recommending, says that I will compact all the material, remove the loosen in the area.
Is it required for silt permits, silt and gabion structure or
There's nowhere to use
straw wattles or anything like that? They don't specify any of that.
There's nowhere to use them in this project.
Pardon?
There's nowhere to use them in this project. There's nothing that's gonna be going downhill. All the material that's in the road that's being taken out of the trench will be on the road on the uphill side. And it'll be put right back in. There will be no material sloughing off the road, not one rock, and the idea to keep everything off. And in order to make sure that we did all this stuff, and a lot of people mentioned steel posts along the river. I also hired engineering associates to make a line along the river of the flood zone area. So if anybody's doing anything on when we're doing our project and something's rolling down beyond those posts, which goes into the flood zone, then we're doing something wrong. Stop. Fix it. So we know where it is, we know where not to go.
We need to kind of keep moving here or take a break in this.
Chair. John had indicated that EA did some work for his Loma, which I have not seen any documentation on that, but I think it would be reasonable if the county would request the study that was done for the Loma, because that might reveal some of the fill, that has been placed. It might reveal the actual location of the floodplain. I have not received any notification that a Loma has been issued, but he obviously would have had to submit that information and it would have had to be stamped by an engineer. So I would request that we receive that information as part of this consideration.
Madam Chair.
It's almost in the works, it's almost approved. But your site plan map that I gave you, if you look down on it, it has two lines.
Right.
One is the one we proposed and one is the one that exists right now. So you can see them both.
What about the requirement of having a licensed electrician be involved with?
I don't mind that. I mean, it's okay. I mean, a submersible pump is about as simple. I don't have any three-phase power, so it's impossible to shock somebody in the water. So I'll be using 230, just on a regular standard breakers and everything else. So there's no danger if you don't use three-phase, but we're not using three-phase. That's the other thing. We're using a 7 horsepower 230 pump on a 2-inch outlet. So we're not drawing a lot of water. It's just the only way we can get clean surface water. We have 2 wells on the property and both of them are hot water.
Okay.
So I have to spend more money.
Okay.
To process that in order to make it drinkable than it's worth.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Um,
we need to
I
let,
want a lot more stuff than this and I move we continue to compel the hearing.
well, the public hearing's been closed, but we do not have to make a decision today. We can continue our discussion and add this to the agenda in 2 weeks if that's
That's
the
what, yep. Cause I'd like to look
desire.
into this.
Madam Chair, at that time, I would like to see a revised set of conditions.
Okay. With
Including
the
our
engineers.
recommendations from Public Works and in relation to post construction stability of the.
Okay. Can I have an actual motion to extend the decision on this application to the May 20?
Madam Chair, I so move.
Second.
Madam Chair, for discussion too, as what our planning and zoning said, the Loma staff recommendation to add to that.
Okay.
If you could provide that.
Yes, and if you could combine Brian's recommendations with that, it's still staff. Brian is still staff.
Yeah, we can get you a complete list of conditions.
Okay.
And as far as the staff recommendations that we have put up so far, it's probably, it's an extensive list. You're confident that you could fulfill all these staff recommendations?
When I saw Joy's recommendations, I said, okay, I'll do it. I'm not a problem.
Okay.
Brian
Okay.
Edwards' recommendations are over the above what DEQ and Ford have already done.
I have a motion on the floor, so we actually can't take
Right.
questions right now. I'm sorry, but it's the way it works. So the motion on the floor is to move a decision on this request to the May 20th meeting at 3:30? 3:20. And to update the conditions list to incorporate the existing conditions that have been said, plus incorporate the engineer's conditions and what's been stated here today. And the receipt of the Loma application if possible. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So no decision today, and we will look at this again on May 20th at 3:20.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, thank you for waiting. So.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. You said no. Okay. No, it's pretty easy to say that. Okay. Thanks. Sorry. I appreciate you waiting. We
That's
didn't
okay.
leave enough time for that one.
That's all right. We'll talk fast.
So, run a funding request. Special funding request from Park County Court Supervised Treatment Program.
Hello. I know all of you, I think. I'm Shannon Vota. I'm no longer the director of the program. Jackie Fales is. I'm now the board president of the program. So I'm here with Jackie in that capacity to help with, this is her first time asking for the funding, so I'm here to tag along.
It's okay. We've had a few conversations.
Yeah, excellent. It's our same request that we have every year. Our program was initially founded in 2001 and opened the doors in 2002. And the county was an integral part of that when it was started, and has historically always supported our program with both cash match toward our grant and for housing for our program. The little blue house across the street was our original location, and now we're up in the county, up in the library building. So this year's ask is no different than what it has been since 2001. We're asking a $12,000 match toward our drug court grant. The drug court grant is a state grant, and one of the requirements is that we have a 25% match toward that. And we use that cash match toward our, just our program general funding. So it helps support drug testing, it supports supervision, treatment, case management, education for our clients. Our numbers have gone up quite a bit. We've been able to add, I think when the program started, I think we used to average anywhere from 12 to 15 people, and you've been running what, 25 or so. So we've been able to add our capacity. We have a facility in both Cody and Powell, so we provide services for anybody in Park County. So
have the cost to deliver services changed much, or are they?
It's
cost per client, I guess is what I'm.
What is going up right now in cost is like drug tests. The cost of the drug test is going up. Stuff like that.
Treatment costs because the number of people.
Yeah, treatment costs for sure.
Oh, no. Okay.
You've added something since as the program has evolved. It's been nice to been able to add more testing. It's observed, for those of you who don't know, we do observe drug testing. And so we have to, it used to be just staff that would come in and do that. And it's been nice to be able to hire and train people to come in to do that outside observed testing. So I would say testing costs in general, drug tests, and that has gone up. But that allows us to do really random and frequent drug testing.
A minimum of twice a week for all of our clients, no matter where they are at in the program.
Graduation rates are still about the same, I mean, through the time frame.
Yes, this year we've serviced 36 clients in total so far this fiscal year and have had 10 or 11 graduates so far. Mm.
Cool.
Yeah.
If you've never been to one of those graduations, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
They are pretty cool. Yeah, it's kind of what it's about.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm sure. How are you testing them? Like what kind of a chemical, what kind of test? And are we talking just drugs or alcohol too?
Both.
Both.
We try to be specific about our clients' drug of choice, but we test for all things because sometimes the substance can shift for our clients. We have anywhere from individual tests like the just test for alcohol up to 19 panel tests. We collect and test saliva, sweat, urine, breath are the ways that we're testing.
And I know you're both familiar with the 24/7 and all that, but is there another way that to maybe cut a few tests, but be as effective? And I'm not questioning what you guys do because I'm not that familiar, but I know like with the 24/7, it's going to be one of these where boom, you had to do it, on kind of that. But then it takes staff too. But I just didn't know if there was another way, like they used to do to us years ago is like you get a random, it's not everybody every time and
Yeah.
but you still want to keep that pressure on them so that they're not falling backwards.
Yes, the testing that we do is random. And I try to, like I said, test specifically for people's drug of choice as much as I can, not only their drug of choice, but we can certainly save money if we're only using a $2 dipstick for one substance rather than a multi-substance cup that costs a few dollars each. Oh,
And ETG is a good way. ETG testing for alcohol is an 80-hour.
Yeah.
Roughly. You guys do do you guys still do, we can also test for like outlier tests. We can test for ketamine, LSD, what's the other one? Gabapentin. What are some of the other? Kratom. So we do some of those as well.
Yeah.
Madam Chair. I would just say the same thing that I said to an earlier group that came for a special funding request, and that is that just as a new commissioner, it's been really interesting to me to see just how many of these require grant match. So I didn't know that that this program did the 25% match requirement. So I think it's important. I said this earlier too, that the public become aware of where some of these property tax dollars go, and they have a further ripple effect in services. So I appreciate knowing that information, that you have to have a match when you get there. You need some funding from us to get a match from the state.
Yep. And our match has always come from county, and both cities of Powell and Cody also contribute toward our match. So that's been consistent since the beginning.
Yeah. Last question, Madam Chair. So this is a countywide program. What does Powell kick in?
Yeah, Powell.
Yes.
How much does Powell pay? Was it
$5,000? Yeah.
Oh, see, I can't find that one.
Okay.
Cody was
You find
I
it.
think Cody was 8. I think the city of Cody was 8.
Yeah, I
The city
can't.
of Powell was
My
5.
apologies. I couldn't see that part.
It's tiny. I can't see it.
I know.
It's a problem.
Any other questions? As we've said a couple times today, the situation the county's in. We know we'll be down somewhere around 2.5. Don't know where we'll end up. We don't meet with our own budgets within the county until June 23, 24. So we'll have a little better idea right then as to where we're headed and be able to give you some answers at that time. But we probably won't know anything before that.
Okay. We just appreciate the
Thank you.
opportunity to ask again. And I always want to throw in the appreciation for the housing part of it. That's really important. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that is part of the match that we do.
Yes.
We do not charge them rent
Yeah.
for that.
which I don't know that we would exist without that,
Yeah.
honestly.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank
Again,
you.
apologize for the delay.
That's
I
okay.
never know how these things are gonna
Right
go.
on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
R 240, Brian Edwards, Park County Engineer, open seal bids for culvert materials on Phase 2 Willwood. We received no bids. So that one is now canceled. They will send out to,
You just caught up.
yeah, just caught up. Yeah, that was close. Well, and as a matter of fact, we can do the next one because Mr. Livingston got called to the mountains. So we will not be waiting on him to get here. It was a letter of support requested for a grant application for the removal and curation of the historic Gallagher Survey Party tree. And I think you saw in the SharePoint, the history on some of the archaeological stuff with the Forest Service Act and scribe trees on the Shoshone National Forest. And then behind that should be a draft letter of support that was provided to us. So if you want to read through that letter of support and see what your thoughts are.
Did it say where they're going to move it?
To the
State, Wyoming.
Just museum. State Museum. Wyoming State Museum.
Oh, Wyoming State Museum.
So Madam Chair, this just allows them to apply for the grant. There's no money involved for the commission.
There's nothing from Park
From
County.
county.
It's a letter of support for them to apply for the grant. Although Livingston Outfitting's giving a donation.
Right.
Isn't it in there?
Madam Chair, I mean, I think it's a great idea. I was involved with the Monaco tree.
Oh,
When
okay.
we went up there in the middle of
Yep.
winter, cut it down and flew it out with a helicopter.
Yep.
And I mean, I think it's a great idea because it's something a lot of people can enjoy who would never enjoy it.
They'll never see it where
Like
it
there's
is.
probably even a lot more people that wouldn't enjoy that tree compared to the Monaco tree when it was still in the mountains. And so, I mean, no cost to us. My vote is yes.
Well, and our ever-ending worry about forest fires.
Yeah, it
Eliminating
might not
something
be-
like that,
might
we
not
could
be
lose it, you know.
That's what happened to
Yeah.
the Prince of Monaco tree. It got eliminated by fire, so they decided to bring it out and put it in the
Yeah.
museum.
Oh, is
Are you
there,
making a motion?
I'll make a motion
Was that your motion?
that we support this letter.
do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve and sign the letter of support for the grant application for the removal and curation of the historic Gallagher Survey Party tree. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Just like that, we have a 10.
We have a 10-minute break. Okay. So the last thing, yes. I think that's last.
Why don't we,
We have vacate.
No, there's two more.
And
Okay. Determination that they would put the rest in a final appeal and it would go down to the state. So we are not funding that
Okay.
trial. Did Rusty leave again?
What if I want potassium benzonate?
Oh, It's not public hearing, so let's go.
So I don't remember what the agenda item was.
Rusty with the Garland church deal.
I got
Well, if he was here.
And every time Armin has these. And then.
Bert and Cal.
Sorry about that. My mom used to beat me.
Yeah, Bill no more. He came in, sat down, started asking what's happening. Hearing
You can't.
changing it
If
out.
you stand
I
up
got
too hard, it
games,
might
he was
break.
talking
me.
about
Wow.
Yeah, she didn't care.
It's like, here you go.
We're gonna go ahead and do a little earlier, Rusty, because we're moving and
Plain joy.
do we need, oh, I probably do need Joy in here. Kelly, go get her. Oh, we
Oh,
don't.
I don't need her. I was just talking to her about something else.
Oh.
So she's what helped me up. I'm
Okay.
not just blaming her.
So the next thing on our agenda, Rusty Blau with Morrison Merrily, review and accept the viewer's report to consider vacation of public roads and alleys around the Garland Church in Garland, Wyoming. So whoever would like.
Madam Chair, I'll just kind of kick it off. As you recall, it's been a little bit, but we had come in front of you. The Garland Church, I believe, is in a deal where they're wanting to, forget if it's called the Garland Church, but they're wanting
Yeah.
to a real estate transaction, and in doing it, they're wanting to clean up some of the streets and alleyways as it relates to that church, which necessitates a vacation of public roadways or consideration of that, which, as you know, with it being a town site, becomes a part of that plat for that town site. We've done some before. I know Rusty's been involved with some with both Ralston and Garland, the Garland town site. You had previously initiated the proceedings, moved to do that, and to assign a viewer, which is the first step in that process, which after a petition was submitted and accepted by the clerk's office, that has been done. Rusty Blau was assigned as the viewer, and he's done the work to basically research and figure out the situation in the interest of both the church, but then also the public good as well. And then he's here today to present the viewer's report. And really, this doesn't end the situation. This is basically, if anything, when you're done, would be to move to accept the viewer's report or not accept it. And if you accept it, that starts the next process, which would be a public notice and notice to all the affected landowners for objections or claims for damages. That I'll turn it over to Rusty to present the report.
Okay. And I believe that the report had been submitted to you guys previously. So I probably don't need to go through it verbatim.
No,
Okay.
we do have it. I think if the commissioners would go to page 3, you'll see, which is the town site map. And in the
Okay.
red, it kind of shows what we're referring to. Yep.
Yep. The highlighted area in red surrounding, it was not a numbered block within the Garland town site. But it's a portion of Powell and Long Street. Everything lying west of Sheridan Avenue. And then we also were gonna proposing to vacate the westerly 20 feet of Sheridan Avenue, which would make Sheridan Avenue 60-foot width in total instead of 80.
Oh, okay.
And then the entire, instead of leaving a gap of vacation on the northernmost street, Long Street, I'd highlighted that in orange to that portion would go to the landowner to the east. But we're also proposing to vacate that portion of Long Street.
The orange part.
The orange part,
Okay.
yep. So the church owns that, and the physical building sits on that block to the north, and the church owns lots 1 and 2 of block 4. And the alley along the west side of block 4 has already been vacated in 1978 as well, and I believe that was the same date that the west 20 feet of Sheridan Avenue was vacated along the front of block 4. So this is really just a continuation of what had been done previously. So if this vacation goes through in the end, half of Howell Street, the southern half would go to lots 1 and 2. And the north half would go along with the entire block that the church sits on. Lots 1 and 2 are vacant at the moment. So I listed in the report the adjacent landowners and use of the land outside of the town site. It's all agricultural, the Cousins, and I would have to see again in my report which landowner was to the west, but they all have their own field access roads and do not use any of the roads through the Garland town site to access anything. So there would be no impact to the adjacent agricultural use. With Sheridan Avenue staying in place, everyone has public access to a street as well.
About the stuff on the west that looks like it was probably an alley, no utilities or anything installed?
Not that I could find, utilizing kind of what our field survey as well as a title report.
Okay.
I contacted Northwest Rural Water, and they did get back with me, and I met with Tony, and they have a line running along Sheridan Avenue. It does run through that orange portion. So that if this goes through, they would need an easement, which is certainly doable. And I said they would have a chance to either protest or just request an easement, and then also would have a chance to say the details of the easement as far as width and what they would need. So, but I could not see any other impacts to the public. There's, other than service lines off of Sheridan Avenue to the property, there was no other utilities that were evident. So it would remove, the public right away. And to me, it just it's keeping kind of the historical, what's the phrase? Just what's been started on the precedent that's kind of been going with all the other vacations. This is just kind of finishing it out along the northern tier and the western tier of the town site of Garland.
Okay. Questions for the commissioners? It's pretty straightforward.
Madam Chair, I move to accept the viewer's report as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the viewer's report as presented for the vacation of public roads, alleys around the Garland Church in Garland, Wyoming. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, if I could, before you vote, just one clarification to one of the, or the next step, as I said, would be notices in the paper and for a specified time period. And also notifying the affected property owners, and working with the planner, with Joy Hill. We'll work together with Rusty to try to simultaneous this notice. She feels that an amended plat is in order, which might necessitate that being more like a public hearing, which I think is still doable, that we could do this simultaneous. We talked about the record of survey and the amended plat essentially being the same thing.
Okay.
And I think we can work through that with this public notice process.
Get it done at one meeting.
Get it done at one meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
A public hearing on it. Okay. So we still have the motion on the floor, but you will notify and work through Joy and then let Kelly know when we need to get that on the schedule.
Yes, Rusty will do the heavy lifting, but I will assist.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
And Madam Chair, the applicant we decided the applicant's paying for the public noticing and stuff, right?
Yes, they've
They
provided
did the
the deposit.
deposit.
Yes,
Okay. And whatever's remaining goes back to them.
correct.
Any other discussion?
What do you think, check? It's already.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Keep
Chair.
moving forward on that one.
It was a really good report, Rusty. Thank you.
Thanks.
Goodness, very thorough.
Matt, thank you.
I told everybody.
Thank you. Okay. Kelly, were you able to print that letter out for us to sign for Lee Livingston's Thing on our agenda, Park County Clerk Colleen Renner with health insurance approval for stop loss carrier.
Okay, the Health and Wellness Committee met last week. Matt Lewis, our consultant with USI, put out for renewal for our stop loss insurance carrier. And as you can tell, he put out on page 5, there were quite a few entities that he reached out to. Some could not quote, some declined to quote, and some cannot participate in the state of Wyoming. With that said, I'll have you jump to page 9 in the document, and it gives what our current is, what our renewal is, and then showing 2 options that we could move towards. We've been with Companion Life for over 10 years. And so we were surprised a little when they came back with a 29.3% increase for this upcoming year for our health insurance. So with that said, he looked at 2 competitive bids, Gerber Life, Sigmatico, and is one of the individuals. HCC Tokyo Marine is the other. In negotiating with these people, of course, Gerber Life Sigmatico came in with just a 6.8% increase. The other came in, HCC Tokyo Marine came in with a 19.7% increase. So with those recommendations, or with those numbers in front of you, the Health and Wellness Committee recommends we move to Gerber Life Sigmatico with a 6.8% increase on our healthcare premiums.
Do you mind?
No.
Madam Chairman? So there's a couple of nuances there too, that Sigmatico and Gerber Life does not, they've not lasered anybody. So a laser is an option that a stop loss provider can use that would, so if our stop loss is $100,000 and they take a look at our population and they take a look at our population's health and what we have coming up, if we have any ongoing cases, things of that nature, they can use a laser to say, okay, county, we're going to go ahead and we're going to insure your entire population except for one person or one individual that has an ongoing case, and we're going to insure them at a $200,000 stop loss. So the county would be then liable for the first 200, and then the stop loss would kick in over that 200. And they can set that level wherever they want. Gerber Life did not come in with any lasers. Companion was going to have 2 lasers. And then another guarantee that we got from Gerber is that they wouldn't laser anybody for 2 years. So we'll have 100,000 on all of our entire population for a 2-year period. And then after that, they would renegotiate with us at that time. So it behooves our population to obviously do the best we can to stay healthy and stay out of those big money claims.
Boy, I shouldn't have brought donuts. Madam Chairman, Commissioner Mangold, you can be late all you want now if you bring donuts every time.
So.
Yes, you can't get, I heard this morning where you can't get your bread, your
Banana bread.
Banana bread, yeah, that's healthy.
So.
Yeah, you missed me bringing donuts this morning, so.
Yeah, they were really good. Clerk Renner, so the amount of financial change to the county that we would be looking at for this year?
All right, do you want so an employee would be $796.72 per month?
Yeah, just total
dollars. $3,331, $3,331,551.
That's total annual.
Yes, and that's 6.3 from where we're at right now.
Okay.
So the
difference is
210,777.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah. $196,034 to be exact. Page 11.
Oh, okay. All right. So something changed between 9 and 11. Okay, 196. Okay. No, that's Gerber. Yeah, Gerber. Okay. Okay, it's better than we originally thought.
We did. We thought for sure it'd be around at least a 20% increase.
Okay.
We also thought we were gonna end up with a laser that would be
Yeah.
$1 million.
in $1 million.
Remember that conversation. Pleasure of the commissioners, because this is something that does have to be approved to move forward for Matt to get the contracts done to make it fall into the necessary calendars.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I'd recommend, so this is only good until 5/9, this bid, so we need immediate action if you can. And could you make the motion so that Clerk Renner can sign the document?
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
It's still, and I'm sure it's in here, but I didn't really sit down and compare exactly what each of them offer. But I mean, it's basically, it's not going to alter anything as significantly what the employees are already receiving as far as what's covered, what's not covered, and that kind of thing.
No, ma'am, it doesn't change any of that. The deductible's still the same, the deductible's the same, the 80%, 20%, all of that out of pocket, everything remains the same. This is only going after a stop loss carrier. So you realize what the stop loss carrier does, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, yep.
No. Yes.
You're not sure? Okay, what the stop loss carrier does for us is we insure every person, like Han said, up to $100,000. Any claims that come in over $100,000, they automatically are responsible for those claims. So Companion had 2 people lasered. They don't have anybody lasered. So worst case scenario, 198 people plus their spouses and kids, Yeah, so we're covered 100,000 on every employee.
So you can learn something new every day.
Yeah, and then the premium that comes along with that, I believe you could see on page 9. That cost is $83,790 a month.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, and I do want to thank your group for getting together and coming up with, and it looks like all the plans are the same except one's cheaper. So
Yep. Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the insurance plan through Gerber Life, Sigmatico, and to have Clerk Renner sign the affidavit by 5/9.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the proposal from Gerber Life and allow the clerk to sign by May 9th. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Thank you, board.
thank you. We have one more agenda item at 3:40. She's coming.
No, what is it?
She's not coming up? Okay, so we could go ahead and do this. It's the town of Matitsi. It's a special funding request. They are asking for the same 5,000, I think, that they always ask for, and
1,000.
1,000, there it is. Okay. That's what I was thinking.
What's it for?
Matitsi.
Recycling,
Yeah,
Oh, recycling.
for the town of Matitsi.
there it is. Okay. We gave them 500 last year. They are requesting 1,000 as they did last year. There's not too much to say on this one, except to put it on our list. It is one that we have funded some in the past.
So, Madam Chair, on the subject of the agenda of others, Have we received applications for any other special funding other than what we went through today?
Yes,
And we're going for, I didn't know.
on the 20th.
I don't have that agenda, so I didn't know. That's my
Yeah.
question.
No, they had the opportunity to check, pick 2 days.
Okay,
So a lot of them chose either today or the
gotcha.
next day.
You thought we had lucked out, didn't you? And this was it.
Okay, thought we were done.
No. Okay.
I
Madam
guess
Chair.
The question then along those lines, if I could, was any of the existing list of special fundings did not turn in an application?
No, I believe they all did.
This is the year to do it.
So we got a full day on the 20th.
Cross off graduation parties.
And I think we added Cody Conservation District to that list.
So, yeah.
Alrighty.
So how many more are there?
Well, this game and fish carcass management thing may be a little different too.
Do you have last year's budget book?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking her.
Oh.
Approximately 15.
15 more?
Approximately.
Go to page 26.
15 more total.
Or
There isn't that many total.
Yes, there is.
I'm just going by all this. Marking off the ones that we did today.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, see, some we don't do.
okay, so yeah.
Graduation.
So
So we
you're
don't
getting
do
complex.
any of
Don't
these
do-
with zeros here.
Right.
We don't do anymore.
Okay,
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5, 6 that
So
you can take off. So we have
9 or 10 left.
9 or 10 left, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. we
Well,
should- if,
did
see,
the
if we
animal
take,
shelter
that's what's hard.
have
If
to
we
be
take
on?
some of these off, then we use
The history.
the history. So.
I thought so.
I
I've
can
got
have
them as a
to-
But they
zero.
can always come
They may
back
come
still.
back.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well,
Anybody
so-
could.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got replenished the pocketbook from,
Okay.
from National Fund.
Oh, all good. Okay. Yeah, and review other special applications. Kelly and I had that discussion. I didn't read that close enough, kind of jumped the gun. To where we've got a whole bunch more on the 20th, so. We will be finishing those out. Okay, anything else come before the board?
Chair, because this Commissioner Stewart's been here so long, I move we adjourn.
I'll second.
Oh, good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This commissioner stuff's getting tough. Oof, what a day.
Okay.